do the announcements at the beginning after all. We're just waiting on a couple council members here.
Did you see the note from Nicole? She may not be on the screen.
For a minute while we're waiting for the last council members.
Hey Judy, how are you?
Good evening, Jeannie. Okay, and Lauren's here already. We'll let the camera turn off. All right, let's go ahead and get started then.
We do have channel 8 ready, and I will begin recording.
Great, so I will get us. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the February 15th, 2022 meeting of the Boulder City Council. We're expecting Congressman Joe Neguse here shortly, but while we're waiting for him, I'm going to read through a couple of announcements. So if we could get those up on the screen, please. Great. All right. So COVID-19 testing and vaccinations. So for testing, for information and provider locations for free COVID-19 testing, you can go to www.boco.org/COVID testing. And the Boulder site for that is at 2445 Stasio Drive in Boulder. It's open 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And for vaccinations, for vaccine information and provider locations, you can go to boco.org/COVID vaccine. So if you still need to do that or need to get a booster, that's your opportunity. Next, if you're looking for an opportunity to get involved in city affairs, a great way to do that is with our boards and commissions. And the recruitment period is now open. It closes on February 21st, so you still got a few days left. You can find your board and commissions descriptions and vacancies online at bouldercolorado.gov/boards-commissions. There are 20 of them, so there's one for every taste and interest. So please check that out and apply. If you have any questions on that or need assistance, please contact the city clerk's office at cityclerksoffice@bouldercolorado.gov. Next. Price gouging. So Colorado law prohibits charging excessive prices for certain essential products, goods, or services during a disaster period and makes clear that such price gouging is a deceptive trade practice under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act. Coloradans who witness price gouging or who think they might be a victim of price gouging should file a report with the Attorney General's office at 800-222-4444 or stopfraudcolorado.gov. That's it for our announcements. And we just need another minute for Joe Neguse. So Alicia, how about we call the roll?
All right, sir. Thank you. And good evening, everyone. Councilmember Benjamin.
Present.
He's present. Okay. No, I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yep. I'm sorry, present.
No worries. Mayor Brockett,
Present.
Councilmember Folkerts,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend,
Here.
Councilmember Joseph,
Present.
Spear,
Present.
Wallach,
Present.
Weiner,
Present. Present.
and Yates.
Happy to be here.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Great, thanks so much. Well, why don't we go ahead and roll into our declaration for the evening. We have a declaration honoring Rare Disease Day to be read by Councilmember Mark Wallach.
Thank you, Mayor. As a member in good standing of the Rare Disease Club, I'm very happy to read the following declaration in support of Rare Disease Day, February 28th, 2022. There are over 7,000 diseases and conditions considered rare, that is, each affecting fewer than 200,000 Americans in the United States, according to the National Institute of Health. While each of these diseases may affect a small number of people, rare diseases as a group affect almost 30 million, or 1 in 10 Americans. Many rare diseases are serious and debilitating conditions that have a significant impact on the lives of those affected. Living with a rare disease is made harder by the fact that there is often low profit potential for development of treatments for uncommon illnesses. Therefore, very little research is done. While more than 450 drugs and biologics have been approved for the treatment of rare diseases, according to the Food and Drug Administration, 90% of the known rare diseases are still without FDA-approved treatments. As such, millions of Americans still have rare diseases for which there is no approved treatment. Individuals and families affected by rare diseases often experience additional difficulties, such as diagnosis delay, difficulty finding a medical expert, and lack of access to treatments or ancillary services. While the public is familiar with some rare diseases, many patients and families affected by less widely known rare diseases bear a large share of the burden of funding research and raising public awareness to support the search for treatments. The National Organization for Rare Disorders is organizing a nationwide observance of Rare Disease Day on February 28th, 2022. We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declare February 28th, 2022 as Rare Disease Day and urge all community members to take cognizance of this event and participate fittingly in its observance. Signed by Mayor Brockett. Thank you for doing so, Mayor.
Thanks so much for that, Mark. And do we have Lindsay Kane or someone else to receive the declaration here this evening? Lauren Rosenberg.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thanks for being here.
We appreciate it so much. Thank you, City Council members and Mayor, for recognizing February 28th as Rare Disease Day in Boulder. It's extremely meaningful to my family and countless others in our shoes. I'm actually stepping in tonight for Lindsay Kane, who was supposed to address you, but sadly had experienced a flare-up in her own rare condition and could not be here. My husband and I are Boulder community members, and we also happen to be restaurant owners in town. And in March of 2020, our whole world seemed to fall apart at the seams. Not only were we faced with great fear and sadness, and we had to lay off almost 100 of our own employees in a day, and our jobs and livelihood hung in the balance as we entered the pandemic. But at the same time, after a long and winding road of seeking answers for our daughter, who was 2.5 at the time, Sophie, we received her diagnosis. She's actually right here waving. We were told that she was among 30 to 50 people, that's it, in the whole world that had what she had, a disease called MCTO. It's rare, ultra rare, and progressively crippling. And okay. And we were told her bones would continue to disappear over time and that she would experience kidney failure and other problems. We were told that no one in the whole state had ever heard of this condition, and there was no effective way to treat it. We were in despair, and I learned quickly that if my daughter had any chance of a brighter future outlook, I had to become a scientist myself. As a restaurant person and a marketing person, that wasn't an easy task, but we formed our nonprofit, Sophie's Neighborhood, and over the last 2 years, we've been working hard, and there are now more than a dozen researchers and medical experts around the world dedicated to translational medicine for MCTO. We're making great progress. The crucial factor in this hopeful journey is this very special Boulder community. Ours is made up of the most compassionate and giving people who have contributed to our research efforts, and also the high caliber, cutting edge bioscience community that exists here, which we're lucky for. Companies like Artisan Bio, Somologic, Arpeggio, and of course CU right here in Boulder, helping us understand the disease. As we just heard, there are 7,000 rare diseases that affect between 25 and 30 million Americans, yet only 5% have a treatment. And we appreciate today's recognition so much, as it gives us hope for what we can accomplish as a community and support for the health and well-being of our neighbors, regardless of the rarity of their disease. And so I speak for all of those who understand the isolation that comes with this hardship. And I thank you for giving us the platform and recognition that is so deserved. So on February 28th, we'll be at the courthouse, and I'll see you there. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rosenberg, for that moving speech, and for turning your family's challenges into a way to help people around the world who are experiencing similar difficulties. I know I've bought some cookies in front of one of your restaurants as part of one of your fundraisers for that cause.
We'll be doing some zebra-themed brownies at our restaurants on February 28th as well. So all supporting rare disease.
Something to look forward to. And I'll note as well that the band shell will be lit up in pink, green, blue, and purple, the colors of Rare Disease Day, in honor of the occasion. Thanks so much. All right. Well, we did just get news that unfortunately Congressman Neguse had an important other commitment come up and will not be able to join us tonight. So we will reschedule and look for another time to hear about his important work in Washington. So with that, Alicia, shall we move to the next part of our agenda here with open comments?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Ryan, do you want to start by going over the public participation guidelines?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I'll go ahead and do that. Thank you, Emily, for pulling up these slides. For community members here for open comment this evening, welcome, and thank you for being here to share your perspective and your experience. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. Next slide, please. The following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support the same vision. These will each be upheld during this meeting tonight. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct this meeting are prohibited. And participants are required to sign up and speak using the name they are commonly known by. And individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. And only audio testimony will be permitted this evening. Thank you. And we'll turn to our first speaker.
Thanks for that, Ryan. And all speakers will get 2 minutes to speak in open comment tonight. Our first 3 people are Patrick Murphy, Michelle Rodriguez, and Lindsay Loberg.
Waiting for my slide.
Thank you, Patrick. We're pulling up slides and your timer will begin once the slide is up.
My name is Patrick Murphy. I've lived in Boulder 52 years. This presentation is about using the Boulder occupation tax, a carbon tax, in an equitable way. My previous presentations proved that it is a carbon tax and that over time, Boulder has collected over $88.2 million in carbon taxes, and more than half of that was never used for real carbon reduction. And the $4 million of carbon tax that is collected each year and not used for carbon reduction could enable all Boulder residences and businesses to be 100% renewables today using wind source incentives. Solar incentives would provide value that lasted over 20 years. Renewable energy certificates, also known as RECs, have been denigrated by Boulder, and that's ludicrous. RECs stimulate the renewables industry, and we should be buying them directly now to meet our climate goals. All of these options can be done equitably by providing larger incentives for low-income citizens and smaller incentives for large-income residents. This presentation is about energy use reduction combined with real community engagement that works instead of imagined engagement and endless propaganda. I'm certain if you ask 100 random Boulder residents what they know about Boulder climate actions, the vast majority would know nothing, but many of them would know about the muni failure. Boulder residents, especially the low and middle income community, need something real and functional that demonstrates Boulder is serious about climate change and knows that engagement works best when it provides something rather than just collecting a carbon tax that isn't used for carbon reduction. LEDs use 1/7 of the electricity of an incandescent bulb. Provide free LEDs to all Boulder residents now, starting with the low income community. The planet burns, floods, and dies, while Boulder fiddles with climate change.
Thank you, Patrick. Next, we have Michelle Rodriguez, Lindsay Loberg, and Daniel Glazer.
Michelle, your mic is open. Up, just saw you on mute. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Michelle Rodriguez, and I wanted to first of all congratulate all the council members that just made it, and I'm happy to see you guys and have the opportunity to speak. I wanted to say about the Sammy Lawrence issue that I felt that was kind of a little bit of a disgrace. I'm horrified at the fact, well, I guess I should explain, I'm in the middle of a lawsuit also against Waylon Lolotai, and I'm horrified at the fact that he's been found to have 81 counts of use of force. I was chemically sedated for convenience. I know you guys have brought some federal agents on there. There's a lot of officers that still aren't safe, those that haven't left. 30 have dropped the roll since I filed my lawsuit. And I just need to be able to be free in society to be able to speak. And I'm not sure when I'm able to speak and what I'm able to relate to. But I know that Waylon Lolotai did not quit because of social media. He quit because of my lawsuit. He quit, as a matter of fact, the day after my lawsuit and left with an amount, a separation package that was equal to Sammy Lawrence's settlement. I apologize for ever being off kilter because I babble a lot, but I have the utmost respect for you guys, and I'm hopeful with the new council that has come in. And as far as the federal agents they've brought in, I had questions about whether or not they were going to be somebody from inside the department or somebody from the outside. I kind of support somebody from the outside. It is completely dangerous to have anybody from the inside, namely several officers. Keith Steinman for one, and I'll stop there. But you guys stay safe. Please keep reviewing that federal agent they've got there, and I hope that it was cleared by all those who have the ability to see through things, and that you guys brought somebody from the outside instead of somebody from the inside. I have utmost respect. Okay, thank you guys.
Testimony. Next, we have Lindsay Loberg, Daniel Glazer, and Lynn Siegel.
Hello. Thanks for having me. Thanks for the time. Thanks, Michelle. Hi, everyone. Hi, council members. Welcome, those of you who are new. My name's Lindsay Loberg, they, them. I'm on the Human Relations Commission. I'm here because I wanted to make an invitation because I was I'm here to follow up about the FBI MOU that you all voted on in your last meeting, and heard some calls for input from our commission, and just wanted to express that we're open to that. And I wanted to point out a pattern that I noticed where there were a couple calls for input and then a motion went through anyway. And for those who are new, I don't want to be condescending. I brought this up because I also had to learn this serving on a commission. But if a motion is moving forward and you're uncomfortable with it, or you feel like you need more information, you can make a motion to postpone until a certain thing happens. So like you can make a motion to postpone until we at the HRC can create a report for you, for example. We'll be happy to provide that for you. We're actually going to talk about the FBI MOU at our next meeting. I'm here speaking for myself because we haven't had a chance to discuss this yet. Our meeting is on Monday. So we'll be talking about it then and following up with you all, but really glad to do that by invitation. So thank you for having me and hope to hear from you all in the future.
Thank you, Lindsay. Next, Daniel Glazer, and I understand Lynn Siegel is not present, and then Ben Binder.
Daniel, your mic is open. You'll just need to unmute.
Hi, Dan Glazer and Wei Wang and family. Both my neighbors and I are in Boulder's affordable housing program and have lost out on hundreds of thousands of dollars and counting. We question why such a government program that is supposed to help the poor with homeownership has been so regressive. The crux of the problem is that the city's program forces only the poor homeowners to pay for new low-income owners to buy into this program. Boulder is favoring new owner interests while sacrificing ours. Also, since affordable housing is a citywide program, shouldn't all city homeowners, instead of just the disadvantaged minority, pay? We need the city's help finding a solution for giving us market rate earnings on our mortgage, which is still just a fraction of what our home is worth. Here's some suggestions. Number one, the new homeowner proportionally gets the same deal we did. This will make things fair. Can the city make this work with grants to them if needed? Number two, require all homeowners in Boulder to financially contribute a small percentage when selling. Three, contributions from oversized companies in Boulder like Google and other sources. Four, lastly, allow us to buy into true homeownership to emancipate ourselves from the program. As long as we are not getting near market rate appreciation on a mortgage, you are sadly sinking us well beneath the fantastically rising housing market. We are now financial prisoners in a program that the city still promotes. Just like warnings for guns, it's imperative for the city to have explicitly warned potential buyers of long-term negative financial, health, mobility, and other consequences. Fixing this problem will allow us to move on, others to join, improve working conditions, get healthier, add local jobs and spending, and make us all feel good about Boulder. If housing is a priority to this council, I urge you to please prioritize and act on this critical issue that affects so many downtrodden, but working and contributing Boulder community members. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Lynn Siegel is not present. We'll come back to her if she reappears. Next, we have Ben Binder, Neshama Abraham, and Margaret LeComte.
Good evening. My name is Ben Binder, and I live in South Boulder. I'm not going to waste my time trying to convince you to repeal the flawed CU South Annexation Agreement passed out of desperation during a meeting in which was more of an infomercial to sell the agreement to the public than a serious deliberation of the pros and cons of the agreement. But I am going to remind you and the public of the numerous shortcomings of the agreement, which put more importance on CU's desire to intensively develop its flood-prone, depleted gravel pit than on providing adequate flood protection for the lives and properties of thousands of Boulder residents. To meet CU's demands, the size of the flood control utility was drastically reduced to only provide protection for a 100-year flood, which was deemed inadequate by a previous council. The recent Marshall Fire has again demonstrated that it is better to provide protection against extreme events caused by climate change than to deal with the aftermath. The agreement allows CU to construct 750,000 square feet of non-residential buildings whose employees' housing needs will far exceed the 1,200 dwelling units planned for the property, resulting in a net loss of housing for students and faculty. Traffic generated by the 1,200 dwelling units, 750,000 square feet of non-residential construction, 3,000-seat stadium, and auxiliary uses will create a traffic nightmare on already congested Table Mesa Drive and other roads in South Boulder. The agreement also provides for a new intersection with Colorado 93 at a dangerous location on a curve on a hill, which according to CU's traffic consultant, will not have a traffic light until there are 5 accidents at the site. And utility ratepayers will have to pay millions to import 120,000 cubic yards of earth fill to replace sand and gravel mined from the site to provide CU with additional land above the level of a 500-year flood. No wonder it was so easy to gather 6,000 Boulder voters to sign the petition to put the agreement to a vote of the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Next, Neshama Abraham, Margaret LeCompte, and Linda Quigley.
Thank you. I believe that this landline number is Neshama. I'll just go ahead and unmute to confirm. Neshama, if you could go ahead and confirm that this is you calling from the landline, you can use *6 to unmute yourself. We can see that you've unmuted but cannot hear you.
Okay, how's that?
That works better, thank you.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. Good evening, City Council and City staff. I'm here to speak about the need to take action around finding a solution for our unhoused population. We have been talking about it for months, and it's not a topic that requires more study. It's time to take action. We had a very strong, wonderful response to the Marshall Fire, and that same criteria ought to be applied to people who are unhoused, if they're unhoused for economic or mental health reasons. And I would say to you all, with all due respect, that maybe it's time for those involved in this decision to consider sleeping outside during these below freezing days to know and understand firsthand the urgency to come up with a solution. So here are a couple of ideas, and these focus around the building at 2691 30th Street. I talked to May Martin, who is one of the owners of Made Life. First, she is actively looking for a new place to move to, but in the interim, she is open, for 2/3 of that building is vacant, to have a solution right away for our unhoused population to just physically be in that building. That's one possibility. A second is to look at that inventory that our city manager requested of available buildings, because Made Life is ready to move and wants to find a building to buy along with some other community art organizations. I've provided that criteria. That's another possible solution and would make 2691 30th Street available. The third is, why are we even considering demolishing that building? You know, it was designated for helping people who are unhoused. It worked. Unhoused people are still coming to the building because it was such a good experience. It was safe and familiar. And the only reason that I understand that building is set to be demolished is because it's to provide a turnaround space for fire trucks. That firehouse that's been retrofitted has the wrong size doors.
Shauna, I apologize, your time is up, but thank you so much for your testimony, and feel free to send us the rest of your comments via email or our council submittal form. Thank you. Next, we have Margaret LeCompte, Linda Quigley, and Gwen Dooley.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. My name's Margaret Lecomte, and I'm a 32-year resident of South Boulder. Last fall, and I'm also the co-chair of the organization Save South Boulder. Last fall, the Save CU South Coalition conducted a petition drive to put a referendum to repeal the CU South annexation ordinance on the ballot. We did this because we believe that the annexation agreement is fatally flawed and highly disadvantageous to the city residents. And after a 6-year campaign to get council to finally address our concerns, we felt a vote on this is mandated because of the high cost to Boulder annexations of Boulder residents of annexation, its devastating impact on the environment, and especially the South Boulder Creek floodplain, and on the quality of life in South Boulder neighborhoods. The fact that CU's plans for property also will make adequate protection against flooding not only very limited, only to a 100-year flood event right now, but impossible in the face of bigger floods that we know climate change will bring in the future. In 30 days last fall, more than 6,000 people signed our petition to repeal the annexation, twice the number required to put the referendum to repeal on the ballot. Tonight, City Council must figure out how to act on this. It has 3 choices. Number 1, it can pass the repeal referendum themselves right now. Second, they can put it to the repeal referendum to vote in a special election this year. Or third, they can put it on the November 8th ballot for the regular election. We in the coalition request council to pass the referendum now. That's a chance to step back.
Margaret, I'm afraid your time is up, but thank you so much for your testimony, and feel free to email us with the rest. Next, we have Linda Quigley, Gwen Dooley, and Alan Delamere.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Linda Quigley. I have lived in South Boulder since 1982. Thanks for this opportunity to speak with you. I signed up to speak because of my extreme concern regarding how CU South is and has been handled by City Council. It seems all we have done as a city is surrender to CU. For instance, to stir up the fears of the residents of Fraser Meadows to speak in favor of the emergency annexation was actually reprehensible. Those residents have not been allowed to hear speakers at that facility unless they're in favor of the annexation. Fraser Meadows since 2013 was an obvious farce, done apparently out of concern about the ballot measure the voters were about to act on last November. Now, more than 6,000 signatures later, we have months to educate the Boulder voters about how to vote no on the annexation by emergency. CU has said it will mitigate the ponds at CU South. This is Boulder's last wetlands. This reads bulldozers. So when it develops another campus, I guess my question is, what is your vision for CU in the city of Boulder? I'm quite curious. It seems as if the council's perhaps not succeeded in educating the public of Boulder about what your vision is for CU South. I know it's difficult. CU South has certainly not been a stellar neighbor holding us over a barrel till we surrendered, but people in my neighborhood do not know what or how the council has taken any of these measures. So I would ask you to open your meetings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Linda. Next, we have Gwen Dooley, Alan Delamere, Diane Curlett, and then Lynn Siegel is back.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good, thank you. First, I'd like to remind council that the best things in Boulder would have made us a great town and now a great city are those things that the citizens have sponsored and the citizens have voted for. Open space, Enchanted Mesa, etc. I would also like to remind you that we collected more than 11,000 signatures on our petition and our referendum in very short periods of time. I'd also like to remind you that our loss last year, maybe you don't realize it, was in part due to this previous city attorney's wording when many thought a yes vote was a vote in favor of open space. And as you know, it was the last thing on the ballot, and a lot of people get confused when they go through a long ballot. And another thing that contributed, I think, to our loss, and I've managed quite a few campaigns in Boulder, was that the previous city council jumped the gun less than 3 weeks before the ballots were mailed out. People felt like they had been cut off at the knees, and they were told by the acting city attorney that their vote really didn't matter when they voted that fall because the council had already acted. So this council seems to want climate action to be a priority. Developing CU South as currently envisioned is far from that. Flies in the face of climate action. Please give the citizens of Boulder a real chance to make their voices heard. Either repeal and give citizens a full airing of the complexities involved, or put it on the November ballot for a good showing when everyone will be voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen. Next, we have Alan Delamere, Diane Curlett, and Lynn Siegel.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Alan Delamere, 525 Mapleton Avenue. I'm going to talk about one slide that I'll send the full slide shot to you on the utilities bond issue for 2024, which is currently suggested to be 91 million. The 91 million is made of two numbers, 25 million for Goose Creek, 66 million for South Boulder Creek. These are what's known as ROMs, rough orders of magnitude, so we can expect 50% increase in those numbers. So the 91 million is just the initial guess. Now, unfortunately, there are 10 other drainages in Boulder that need serious attention. So the total amount of money we need to put into that bond issue is not the 91 million. It needs to go up significantly for the two already mentioned, plus the other 10 million, other 10 drainages. So I anticipate that'll be about 250 million. Now, I firmly believe in peer review of estimates, not something that just comes out of fresh air. And I'd like to see the City Council really demand analysis of these estimates, because the South Boulder Creek one is a huge one, and it could be very huge indeed. So we really need to take other factors into account, such as energy inflation is currently predicted at 25% per year, and the projects require lots of energy, concrete, equipment, transportation, all energy things. So the cost is going to go way up. So once again, I'll send you my thing that I sent to the Water Advisory Board, and you can digest it at length. Meanwhile, let's limit the size of the university. It's far too big and it's growing too much, and we can't afford it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Next, we have Diane Curlett and then Lynn Siegel.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, City Council members and staff. I'm Diane Curlett. I live in South Boulder. I request you repeal the CU Annexation Agreement Ordinance number 8483. Climate change, unstable weather, and aridification of our lands now pose new dangers that must be faced in making land use decisions. These dangers were less apparent decades ago when CU bought land in flood-prone South Boulder Creek Valley. It is now obvious that the South Boulder Creek Valley, a lush riparian area, should be used for 500-year flood control basins and preserved as open space for public use. Ordinance number 8483 passed as an emergency measure with scant public examination, allows the annexation of the CU land to the city for dense development and supports an annexation agreement that was developed in secret. The text of the agreement is riddled with inconsistencies, inaccurate assumptions, and saddles Boulder taxpayers with millions of dollars of costs over the coming decades. The agreement also fails to realistically address and fund the numerous heavy negative impacts this dense mega development will place on South Boulder. I request you repeal this ordinance this evening and immediately proceed to negotiate an agreement with CU to swap this land for equivalent acreage in the city-owned planning reserve. Planning reserve land is set aside for development of projects of citywide concern and offers large areas for affordable housing construction as well. It is not in a floodplain. It does not imperil riparian wetlands. It does not inhibit the proper flood control needed to protect Boulder residents. This ordinance and the agreement it supports represent major mistakes in leadership, ignoring the needs of the citizens for protection and good planning, while committing the city to pay for costs that should be borne by the university's construction budget. Please correct these mistakes and repeal this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Now we'll finish up with Lynn Siegel.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good, because the Capitol's on in the background because I'm testifying there too, and it's impossible to get on with them. Can you hear me okay? Wow, because I've got my volume way down so I don't have to listen to them at the same time and I can concentrate. Yes, so I also am opposed to CU South. And boy, it's at the Capitol, it's climate, and I'm opposed to modular nuclear reactors because of that. And I'm opposed to CU South because of climate change and because of our water demands and because we can't afford CU South. We can't afford it. And we need it on in November. Let's see. I've also got a big problem with private equity groups buying up housing throughout the United States. We are coming to a renter's market. Renter for everybody, no ownership for anyone anymore. And I'll tell you one way it's happening. Did you know what the new rent is? Property taxes. That's the new rent in Boulder. You have no idea what I go through every year fighting it at the Board of Equalization and the Board of Assessment Appeals. And pretty soon I'm not going to win because guess what? It doesn't matter. I'm fighting against impossible odds as every project at Planning Board that gets added on for subsidies, for a third story, for higher and bigger and better, just drives up the property value and drives up the demand for affordable housing, which Boulder will never keep up with, especially with CU. You're chasing your tail if you think you're going to keep up with housing in this community. And you know, I don't know about you, but I can't afford Aspen. The homeless can't afford Boulder, but I sure as heck can't afford Aspen at $16 million average home price there. So, you know, what are you going to do?
Thank you so much.
Stop.
Okay. Do we have any staff responses to anything in open comment? Nuria?
Yep, I'll just say, I just wanted to note for the caller that called in from HRC is that actually we have just confirmed Wendy Schwartz, who's leading the Reimagining Public Safety effort, has confirmed that the chief has accepted an invitation to talk about the very issue at next week's HRC meeting. And so I just wanted to share that that was happening and really appreciate the chief's willingness to change her schedule in order to do so.
That's great to hear. Glad that engagement will happen. Let's see, I've got some council members lined up here. We've got Matt and Bob and Rachel.
Thanks, Aaron. I just want to sort of maybe address a bunch of the speakers that past, current, and future, that talking about CU South. We're going to embark on yet another season where this is on the ballot. It'll be contentious. There'll be passions on both sides and good arguments on both sides. But I think what's really important is that we find a way to elevate the discourse and let facts, not fear, drive our conversation, because it's really important for this community to find ways to move forward, whether we do or don't like the outcomes. And it has gotten a bit out of hand in past years with regards to some of these issues. And so I'm really hoping before we embark on this next journey through this issue that we find a new way forward. Even if we can disagree, we find a civil way to do it. And I'm really hopeful that we can try to achieve that, whether you're an opponent or a supporter of the referendum. I think now is the time to set that course, and I hope we can all do that as a community.
Thanks for that, Matt. Bob, and then Rachel.
If Rachel's going to speak to CU South, I'll yield to her. If she's got a different topic, I'll take it up now.
I was going to do CU South as well. I just wanted to invite any staff responses. CU South is not up tonight, but it's always a little bit difficult when things are presented as factual that are not factual. And so wanted to see if, I don't know if Joe Tadiucci would have any reason to be on this call tonight. Nuria.
Yeah, I'm checking. I do not believe that he is, but we do have an update coming up about CU South that's being scheduled soon. That is a staff update. So
okay, I will clarify with him then, but just want to say to the community who's watching, who may not, some people are probably coming in cold to this. There's an allegation that CU is sort of monstrous in its demands, and that is what limited us to 100-year flood protection rather than 500 years. But that's not the case. We were told time and again that even if we owned all the land and it was our land, to do with whatever we could, the maximum flood protection that we could realistically build there is 100 years. So just I want us to make sure, as Matt said, to be civil and cordial. I think part of that's going to be rooting our discussions in common facts, and facts have to be facts. So, but I will look forward to the update where Joe will be and dig in deeper. Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. Bob, did you have something else? And then Mark?
Yeah, I had a different subject. Thanks, Matt and Rachel, for that. I got a question for Nuria. Nuria, one of the speakers, I think the first speaker, spoke to the, we actually have two taxes, I think right now, a climate action tax or cap tax that was passed, I think back in 2006, and maybe it's been renewed a few times. And then we have a slightly newer utilities occupation tax. Both of them are used for climate action, and I think both of them are coming up for renewal in the next few years. It seems to me, I recall that sometime in the next week or two, I know the utility occupation tax is a very confusing name, but in the next week or two, we're going to take that up and possibly talk about combining those into a single tax for voter approval. Am I remembering that schedule correctly, Nuria?
You are, Bob. That actually is coming forward. Next study session next week is financial and revenue strategies for climate work. And we're going to be having that very conversation. So I invite those that are interested in that to tune in, because I think it will be a deep conversation, and one really about what is the future of funding for our climate action work.
Thanks, Nuria. Look forward to it.
Mark, then I'll call on myself.
Okay. First, I do support what Matt said about elevating the dialogue on this. It's a very contentious issue, and I think it's very important that we all treat each other with the respect that we are due. I only have one substantive comment, which is I have often heard the comment that somehow all of this was worked out in private. It's just not accurate to say that. Every draft, every change in language, everything was made public, and the community got a chance to see it, to comment on it, and having waded through almost innumerable emails on the subject, I can say we had a very engaged conversation about that. So it's just not, it's not fair to say that somehow this was all done in the dark of night and nobody knew what it was going to be. We were very, very public about this. Thank you.
And thanks for that, Mark. Just one comment that I'll add in here was, I believe Ms. Quigley was asking what our vision for the CU South site is, and I just would refer her and other interested parties to the comprehensive plan from 2015. We agreed, City Council and the County Commissioners and CU on a set of guiding principles for what could happen there at CU South, and the eventual annexation agreement followed those principles. So I think that was where we set forward what we thought should go there in the broad outlines. So just wanted to offer that one other comment. Anything else on open comment? Seeing none, then we can move to the consent agenda. And Alicia, I wanted to break this up into the first three and the fourth one because we need to have Bob recuse himself for that fourth one.
All right, sir. We have the consent agenda items, and they do contain items A through D.
So I'll just start by saying, does anybody have any comments or questions on A through C? And they're all just meeting minutes, so it's not super exciting. Seeing none, Bob, do you want to go ahead and say a word?
Yeah, so with that, I'll recuse myself. A member of my family owns a small amount of stock in Ball Aerospace, so I thought it'd be appropriate for me to recuse myself from both this item and also later on in the meeting, the call-up potential for the Ball Aerospace matter. So I'm going to leave the meeting right now. I'll come back after I'm signaled that you're done with the presentation on this matter and vote on at least A through C of the consent agenda. Goodbye.
Thanks, Bob. I understand we have a presentation on item D.
We do. I think Carl's gonna kick us off there.
Thank you, Nuria. Good evening, council members. I'm going to pull up the presentation. Can you all see that? Tonight we're going to just talk about the Ball Aerospace proposed expansion at 1600 Commerce Street and 5001 Arapahoe Avenue. The two items before the council tonight are a vote on the ordinance 88499 on first reading. Second reading for that ordinance is scheduled for March 1st. The second consideration is whether council wants to call up the planning board decision on the site review application. That call-up period is 30 days after the planning board decision. And if council does vote to call that up, we would just suggest that the March 1st date also be considered if it's called up. So just really briefly on the background on this particular project, a concept plan was submitted by Ball Aerospace in early 2021. It was heard by planning board in April of 2021. I'll talk about what some of the comments were on that. That concept plan was not called up by the council at that time. Since that time, we've had two good neighbor meetings on this project. We've met the public notice requirements. The reason that it requires a site review application is because the properties are greater than 5 acres in size and the floor area is greater than 100,000 feet of what's proposed. So the planning board review is required because of the height modifications on the site. So there's proposals to build additions onto their existing manufacturing buildings, what we call the Fisher building, as well as some new administrative buildings, B and C, and the parking garage, all proposed to be up to 55 feet in height. So setback modifications and parking reductions that were proposed as part of the project. And as I noted, the planning board decision on the site review is subject to call up within 30 days. So this is a slide that shows the properties. It's roughly 27 acres. It's just east of Foothills Parkway, just north of Arapahoe. You can see the Boulder Creek corridor to the northwest of the site and the green space that's on that part of the property. It's in between 48th Street and Range Street. Commerce Street is kind of the central spine of the Ball Aerospace campus. So per the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, the BVCP, the land use designation on the site is light industrial. It is in the area that's being considered for the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan, but just note, obviously, that has not yet been adopted. There are no connections plans that apply to this particular site. The zoning generally matches the land use. It's industrial general, IG. Uses that they're proposing are permitted uses. The height limit in that zone is 40 feet. So obviously going over that requires the height modification. There is a 0.5 floor area ratio maximum in this zone that would allow up to 577,000 square feet. As I'll talk about with the ordinance, Ball is requesting approval of an ordinance that would allow them to exceed that FAR. So I wanted to point out some of the more historic buildings that are on the site. There's a modernist architect who designed and helped for the construction of some of these buildings, Hobart Wagner, on the site. They're all over 50 years of age, so they do require administrative approval for demo, and they do require landmark alteration certificates. So if you look at the slide, you can see one of the original aerials of the site that show the older buildings that were built in the 50s and 60s, including the Tech Tower, which fronts on Arapahoe. Ball is basically noting that a lot of these buildings are reaching the end of their useful life and has proposed to demolish most of the buildings. Through the course of the review, this is something we talked about at concept plan. We worked with them to try to preserve the original Ball Aerospace building on the site, which is noted on that aerial as the ADO building. What they'd be demoing is the Tech Tower, the T buildings, as well as the addition to the ADO building, which is shown as the AD building. So that original diagonally oriented 1956 structure is what would be preserved on the site. So the landmark alteration certificate that was required for that building was called up by the Landmarks Advisory Board. They did conditionally approve the preservation of that building, and as they proposed it, they would still need to look at the project again to set the landmark boundary for the site after site review. So this is the concept plan that was discussed. There were a number of topics that were discussed at this time. You can see some of the buildings are very close to one another in the center of the site, and this is because of Ball Aerospace's unique needs on the site for the manufacturing that they're doing. They need to have close proximity of the administrative buildings to the manufacturing and testing buildings. There's also security requirements that have to be met. So this has greatly informed their site plan. So as part of the concept plan, we did talk about the demolition of the Hobart Wagner buildings. We talked about connections through the site. They were not wanting to extend the Riverbend Road public right-of-way, which you can see on the left side of the picture, from the Boulder Community Health site onto the Ball Aerospace site for security reasons. So we discussed that. Boulder Community Health also is opposed to that extension. We support what they have proposed on the plan with the extension of the multi-use path. So I'll talk a little bit about that later. We also talked about the additional floor area request that's being considered by council tonight, as well as offsetting impacts of the additional employees on the site. So again, the concept plan at that time was not called up by the city council. So the applicant moved forward with their site review application, as well as the city working on preparation of the ordinance. So just getting into the components of the ordinance would allow up to a 0.65 FAR on the site, which exceeds that 0.5 FAR maximum. And in turn, with that additional floor area and consistent with BVCP policies on community benefit, additional increased commercial linkage fees would apply to that space, as well as any bonus floor area that's in upper stories of the building. So the ordinance allows for that increased commercial linkage fee for that additional floor area, since that portion of the floor area is not actually in the land use code. The land use code really just talks about bonus floor area that's in an upper story. This would include all additional floor area that is above the 0.5 FAR. The ordinance also allows for the expiration extension of the landmark alteration certificate, as well as the demolition permits. The applicant is requesting greater than 3 years of vested rights with a phasing plan up to 15 years. So given that duration, they would have to keep reapplying for their extension of their landmark alteration certificate and demo permit. So this would allow that those extensions to span the 15 years of their phasing plan. These are some of the BVCP policies that apply. In this case, obviously, when passing an ordinance, we have to find that it's consistent with our comprehensive plan. So planning board agreed with the staff analysis that there were a number of reasons why it made sense to have this ordinance pass. If you look at the highlighted policies that apply to the light industrial areas and community benefit, revitalizing commercial and industrial areas and supporting local business and business retention. This would encourage revitalization and redevelopment and infill in Boulder's industrial areas. One of the statements talks about providing development incentives to encourage important businesses like primary employers like Ball to stay. And obviously considering the unique considerations for the floor area at Ball, where they need the massive amount of space within the buildings to construct their satellites and test their satellites in there. It needs additional floor area. So we found that all of these things combine to meet the comprehensive plan, and planning board agreed with that. And they provided this motion on the slide. They passed or recommended approval of the ordinance on a vote of 6-0. What they did add, they added a secondary motion that's on the bottom of the slide, basically just requesting that council consider using the additional funds that are from the commercial linkage fee, focused more on the middle income housing as part of that. Moving on to the site review, one thing I wanted to point out is 15 years is obviously a long phasing plan considering other projects in Boulder. It's not unheard of. When Ball got approval for an expansion back in 2005, that was also for 15 years. They did not act on all of the phases, so it's since expired. But in this case, with their approval moving forward, they would be moving towards completion by the year 2037. So the existing square footage on the 27-acre site is 440,000 square feet. So it's at a 0.38 FAR. They're proposing up to 309,000 additional square feet. So that brings the total to 750 square feet. So that's where the 0.65 FAR comes from. I understand there's been some requests to maybe just round that up to 0.7 FAR to provide just some flexibility. This would require Ball to eventually come back in if they were to exceed that 0.65 as a site review amendment. But we certainly could change the ordinance to allow 0.7 if the council agreed. It just would require a third reading. So these are some renderings of some of the additional buildings. You can see the original ADO building in the upper left that would be preserved. It's basically returned to its original appearance. You can see the additions to the Fisher building, the parking garage, the solar panels. There's a new entry to the Fisher building on the lower left. And then the administrative buildings, which are closer to Arapahoe, buildings B and C. So when planning board looked at the site review project, they largely agreed that the project met the site review criteria related to community benefit. Basically, the main focus relative to building design that was discussed was the east elevation of the parking garage, where there was a concern raised about the amount of metal screening on that side. After discussion, the applicant noted that a lot of the metal screening didn't need to be increased because of the landscaping and trees would block some of the visibility of the structure and that it wouldn't be necessary. It's also not a very prominent elevation that's visible from the street. So planning board agreed that they didn't need to make any changes to that elevation. Most of the discussion really focused on site design elements. You can see the blue dotted line on the north side of the site. Ball has proposed to provide a new bicycle and pedestrian extension from Peak Avenue on the north side of the site with an eventual connection to that pathway. You can see. I'm sorry?
No, your volume cut out for a second. I think it might have been my computer though, sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're fine, Carl.
Okay, so the blue dotted path, it was proposed by Ball, and they were basically trying to set up a condition where it could connect ultimately to the Boulder Creek pathway. This did prove to be challenging since that area shown on the aerial is actually within a conservation easement and would require a disposal by the Open Space Board of Trustees. So this is something that they're showing as a dotted line on their plan. It's not a requirement of the plan, but it's something that, perhaps in the future, the city could work towards some sort of solution that could make that connection happen in, conjunction with working with open space. Where we focused getting a connection through the site is that red line, the east-west pathway. So they would be extending the existing multi-use path from the Boulder Community Health site from 48th Street to Range Street through the site. So that was a main part of the discussion. The second part really focused on just trying to encourage alternative modes to driving to the site based on the amount of parking that was proposed. So Planning Board did act on the application, adding a condition of approval that the applicant look at additional transportation demand management options for the site as part of the tech doc stage. So this is the motion that was added by Planning Board. They approved the site review on a vote of 5-0. The first bullet is really just a clerical change. It's just a mistake in the lettering. The second part, you can see the TDM plan requirement that was added. So that is as quickly as I could go through all that information tonight. I'm happy to answer any question if there's any missing pieces.
Thanks for that, Carl. And what I would propose is that people ask any questions they have about the ordinance or the site review now, but then we'll break up the voting on the consent agenda and whether to call up the site review into separate chunks after all questions are answered. So with that, questions, Mark, you got one?
Yeah, this prospective change from 0.65 FAR to 0.7, how did that come about? Has it been vetted by Planning Board? Has anybody looked at it, or is it just sort of a?
There was a CAC discussion that talked about potentially rounding it just to avoid any issues.
What issues would be avoiding?
Sorry, Mark, if you don't mind, I'll respond because this came from me. So if you don't mind, I'll explain here. I was asking questions about this. The reason why I was bringing this up was because the allowed amount in the special ordinance is almost precisely the amount that's in the site review approval. And over 15 years of development, it's quite possible that they might want to make a minor modification somewhere along the line to increase the floor area by 2% or something like that. If they asked for that, they'd have to go through an internal or an administrative review process with the planning department and planning board. But if we bumped the FAR allowed in the special ordinance up, it wouldn't require coming back to council to update the special ordinance if they wanted to just change it by 1% or 2%. So that was why I was asking about that.
Okay, thank you.
Nicole.
I just had a question about the phasing of the surface parking. And just because, I know we're working on more and better transit solutions along that corridor and things like that, transit solutions that are not car focused. And so I was just wondering if the surface parking is kind of phased in an area where it could be adapted as, some of the transportation options to that area change hopefully over the next decade or so.
I mean, in general, the parking that they're proposing is linked with their additions. So obviously the parking requirement is based on how much floor area is on the site. So when they do the additions to the Fisher building, that's going to require a certain amount of parking. So that's when they do those additions, they would eventually demo the Hobart Wagner buildings and turn that into surface parking to meet that requirement. But the phasing is also written in a way to allow some flexibility in the sequencing, but it's all been reviewed in the different sequencing to make sure that the parking works.
Thank you. And I was just wondering if you could speak a little bit to why there was such a large reduction in bike parking requirements, but not in car parking requirements.
Yeah, I mean, the bike parking requirement is also based on the amount of floor area. The issue here is that with the amount of floor area that they're proposing, and a lot of the floor area is not necessarily linked to the employees that would be in that space. It's really large spaces that are meant to accommodate the satellites, that it's not really indicative of what the real parking need is. So if you look at that whole square footage of what's being proposed, they would end up having to provide like almost 700 bike parking spaces, which exceeds just the needs of the site. So it made sense to allow a reduction.
Okay. And then one just clarification point. I just wanted to make sure that it sounds like that north bikeway connection is still a possibility. It's not kind of being written out in this.
Correct. It's not a requirement of the approval, but it's a possibility. So they have a note on their plans, but it's something that if you know, an idea comes up on how to best make that connection, and it might be something that has to be even added to the capital improvement projects of the city as well, because it does cross over a public right of way, and there'd have to be a bridge. So there could be future discussions that work towards making that connection.
Thank you.
All right, seeing none other, I'll just mention to folks that I will bring back that possibility of the 0.7 FAR when we have the public hearing, but I'll wait until we have a full discussion on it at second reading. And then Teresa, kind of just ask procedurally here, do we need to vote on this with Bob absent, or can we bring him back, vote on the entire consent agenda, and have him recuse himself from item D?
So the rules in the code require that the council member absent themselves through the vote. So you would need to vote with this, vote on this rather with him out of the room.
Great. So can we go ahead and do that, Alicia, and do a vote on the first reading of item D, and then once we bring back, Bob will vote on A through C?
Of course, sir. Of course, sir. And we can also do it by show of hands.
All right, so this will be for item D, the first reading of this special ordinance on the Ball Aerospace Campus. Does anyone want to vote against this? We'll put it that way. Let's see. Junie, you were nodding. Does that mean you want to vote against it? No. Okay. All right, so it looks like no objections, so that passes unanimously. And I will ask Bob to come back in. Oh, yeah, actually, Rachel points out we should probably have an actual motion, right? Not just a call for a vote. So maybe I would invite a motion on that.
I would like to, so moved.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I'll just ask again, anybody object on this show of hands vote? Seeing none, that passes actually unanimously.
8-0.
Okay. Great. Well, I just asked Bob to come back. Right. Bob, we finished out item D, so I would now invite someone to make a motion on the consent agenda items A through C.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I believe this is a show of hands. So we'll say, does anybody object to passing A through C?
I have to recuse myself from A as I wasn't present for that meeting, but do so approve of B and C.
I am the same as Matt.
Me as well.
Okay. Well, with that, I think that means that they pass unanimously, except with a few, I think they're abstentions.
That is correct, sir. That is correct. With the noted, yes, with the noted abstentions, exactly.
Okay. Can we move to our call-up check-ins then?
All righty. That would be under item 4 of tonight's agenda. 4A is our landmark alteration certificate to construct a 2-car garage at 845 Pine Street in the Mapleton Hill Historic District.
Any interest in calling this up? Seeing no hands, so we'll say no.
All right. 4B is the landmark alteration certificate to modify exterior building, adding a front porch, flat roofs, and a parapet front and rear at 705 Mapleton Avenue in the Mapleton Hill Historic District.
Anyone want to call this up? All right, seeing none. All right, Bob, it's time for you to go away again. Okay, Alicia.
We have 4C, which is the site review application number LUR 2021-00019 associated with the Ball Aerospace Campus, which would amend prior approval number LUR 2004-00070 to expand existing manufacturing buildings at 1600 Commerce Street and 5001 Arapahoe Avenue by approximately 309,000 square feet and construct 2 new administrative buildings and a new parking garage structure with pedestrian bridge crossing Commerce Street. Height modifications for up to 55 feet and a 16.5% parking reduction are proposed.
Thanks. So do we have any interest in calling this up or comments on the matter? All right. Well, I'm not seeing any interest in calling it up. I'm not interested in calling this up either. I will just say, which I think, seeing no one interested in calling it up, I think that means it's approved. I'll give a congratulations to Ball Aerospace. I do this is, the project meets the site review criteria, but also just want to say that Ball has been an important part of our local community for many, many years and does extraordinary work. Congratulations, for example, to the recent success of the James Webb Space Telescope that they were instrumental, so to speak, in implementing. And so very glad that you're moving forward with additional projects in our community. Glad to still have you here. And Matt, I see you've got a hand up as well.
Yeah, I largely just want to echo what you said. You kind of beat me to the punch a little bit, but yeah, I mean, right now, James Webb, the mirrors and the optical assembly were built here in Boulder, and they're currently testing that on the spacecraft. That's a $10 billion spacecraft. So hopefully all goes well, and the engineering and great work done by the engineers in town will see that success through. I just want to highlight that, this is such incredible work to see the evolution of Ball, because in many ways, the legacy of this company is our shared legacy in our community and has built just a world-renowned space science, aerospace, and astronomy community here in Boulder. I spent 12 years being a part of that community. And so it's just awesome to see that they're expanding, because ironically, as technology here terrestrially seems to shrink as phones get smaller, it's the opposite with space technology. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger. So a new facility to help accommodate that is definitely in line with keeping Ball competitive and being able to stay at the cutting edge. So just congratulations to Ball on all the work they've done, and I look forward to future work that they do in our community.
Thanks for that, Matt. Any other thoughts? All right. Seeing none, I'll ask Bob to come back. And there he is. All right, Alicia, we got one more.
Yes, sir. Last call-up check-in item is 4D, which is the vacation of a 734 square foot portion of a utility easement at 2015 Balsam Drive that is referenced by ADR 2021-00281.
Okay. Anyone want to call this one up? All right. Seeing none, I think that brings us to the end of our call-ups. I just want to thank everyone for their patience. It was a little bit of a dance to make that all work, but we got through it, so appreciate it. All right, Alicia.
All right, so next on tonight's agenda, we have item number 6 is the matters from the city manager. 6A is the opera spending progress report, Tranche 2 spending recommendations, guidance on planning for potential Tranche 3 projects.
Great. Nuri, should we turn to you?
Sure, just quickly, and I know that we've got a lot to talk about here, so I'm going to keep my preamble short. And mostly it's just to thank a huge, tremendous cross-departmental team that assembled to really provide these recommendations and worked super hard. And Mark certainly as the lead and the head of that team to put that together. So with that bit of thanks ahead of time, I'll send it over to Mark.
Good evening, Council. Give me 1 second while I share my screen, get this presentation up and running.
You thought I'd talk longer, didn't you, Mark?
I did.
Hey, Mark, real quick, before you get started, could you remind our listeners and people watching what ARPA is? Because we've been using that acronym. Just remind folks what ARPA is, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Matt. So ARPA is our American Rescue Plan Act. And I'll get into a little bit of the background just so we all have the same basic knowledge in a couple slides here. Thanks again, Council. Good to be talking to you again about ARPA. I'm Mark Wolf. I'm our Senior Budget Manager. I'll be walking through a few slides today. Tonight, we're going to break it up a bit. I have a bunch of friends here that will be covering various different slides, and we'll be bouncing back and forth. We'll try to keep the conversation flowing. I know that you're going to have specific questions on specific topics, and so we anticipate that. We can handle that, Mayor, as you'd like. If you want to dive in as we have a slide up, we're comfortable with that as we go through. So we can play that by ear.
Well, actually, Mark, can I just propose that, because we've got basically tranche 1, 2, and 3, and maybe people can save their questions until the end of each tranche, if I'm saying that word correctly.
You are. That makes sense to me.
Great, thanks.
All right, so we thought it'd be helpful to review the purpose of ARPA, the steps we've taken to date. I'll then quickly review our methodology as background in developing all of these various recommendations, recap the progress that we've made on the initial tranche, what we're calling tranche 1, just for kind of ease of framing. That was appropriated back in September of last year. And then we'll spend most of our time reviewing recommendations for tranche 2, which will be brought forward for appropriation in March. And last, we'll cover potential tranche 3 recommendations and potential next steps. We have 2 questions for Council this evening. The first will be around the tranche 2 recommendations. Does Council support the recommended tranche 2 ARPA initiatives and direct staff to bring forth a special adjustment to base in March to appropriate funds to said initiatives? And the second will be around basically what's next, what's after that. Does Council support the approach in developing potential tranche 3 recommendations? All right, so quick overview. As Matt suggested, let's make sure we're all on the same page here. What is ARPA? American Rescue Plan Act is a $1.9 trillion stimulus package passed back in 2021. It included significant response and recovery resources, including stimulus checks, child care tax credits, expanded rental assistance, and many, many, many different programs. Those are, we've had information and packets related to that. Our last packet study session back in August, we had a whole bunch of information on the various different programs associated with ARPA. So it was a major bill that continues to support our recovery. A part of ARPA was a provision called the State and Local Recovery Funds. ARPA delivered funds directly to government, state, local, and tribal, to aid in organizational and community recovery efforts. Through this fund, the City of Boulder will receive a total of $20.15 million. We've received half of that in July of 21, and we expect to receive the second half in July of this year. There are funding restrictions as to how we can use those local recovery funds. There are specific categories that we have to fall with under. Those are outlined in the attachment A of the memo provided this evening. A few previous actions, again, just for your information. We provided an overview of this nature, what ARPA is and what its intended use of the local recovery funds, or our plans were for initial steps in planning in June of 21. And then we brought back our kind of initial tranche of recommendations, which included service restorations, city service restorations, and immediate needs. That was in study session in August, and then appropriation in September of 21. With that included an approach to planning for additional spending. That was in a number of different, trying to categorize our plan for our areas of focus, and also how we were going to prioritize, which we knew would be many requests of ARPA funds. So want to spend a moment emphasizing the prioritization criteria that we've applied throughout this process. So this was a part of Council's review back in August of 21. The full criteria are included in Appendix B in your packets as well. So just to read through these really quickly, and these are in relative order of importance as we applied them through our staff prioritization process. Starting with that the initiative would advance racial equity, sustainability, and resilience goals, that it hit a demonstrated gap or need created or exacerbated by the pandemic. It was also a key provision of the ARPA criteria itself. That it might leverage engagement opportunities to inform the proposal. Those could have been previous or current. That it reflects an innovative approach to addressing the needs of our community, and that it potentially leverages funds, other funds through partnerships or other sources. I think it's important to call out how we approached embedding racial equity specifically within this process, in addition to just calling it out as an important criteria. We applied our rapid response racial equity assessment to each proposal. This assessment is designed to allow us to consider the specific impact on different racial and ethnic groups, vulnerable populations, and help us account for and mitigate any unintentional impact. A summary of this work is included for each tranche 2 recommendation within the packet. Specifically, only initiatives that were able to demonstrate an intended net positive impact on equity were advanced. It led us to focus on recommendations that better target resources to underrepresented communities instead of broader, more topical initiatives that spread resources too widely. We focused that type of support earlier in the recovery. I think that was needed at the time. So we really intended to try and focus our efforts a little bit more surgically, if you will. Those come out in some of our recommended approaches in guaranteed income, manufactured housing community support, and others that you'll hear throughout the presentation this evening. All right, I'll go through this a little bit quicker. So we had a number of different partnerships and networks that we've already had established that helped us develop or identify potential gaps. This was important because we obviously don't want to do this work in a vacuum. These partnerships, especially in the realms of housing, human services, and economic vitality, have helped guide our response and recovery activities since the beginning of this pandemic. And we have continued to lean on these partnerships to coordinate resources to help determine the best use of city dollars in these recommendations. One of our most important and innovative programs is our Community Connectors program. This has been bolstered with emergency response connectors throughout the pandemic. This has helped us to ensure that resources are getting to those in the community who have the most need. Working with our community and emergency response connectors has strengthened these recommendations and highlighted any gaps in resources, information, and other recovery activities. In addition to working with our connectors and partners to identify gaps, we have also used available data and information to confirm or inform need. The county commissioned a community survey related to gauge community priorities in the use of ARPA spending for their dollars. Hundreds of City of Boulder residents participated in that survey, and the results of that survey align very nicely with some of our areas of focus that we've highlighted. And last, we've reviewed best practices from peer cities and other key industries. All of this has kind of led to that funnel, if you will, in scoping each individual potential initiative, using that prioritization criteria that I had on the screen to lead us to 2 different sets of recommendations. The tranche 2 recommendations are those that are ready to go, and the tranche 3 need a little bit more work or direction. So as I mentioned, for tranche 2. We're ready for implementation. So tonight, that if council does support those tranche 2 recommendations, our intent is to bring that forward to the special adjustment on March 1st and 15th for appropriation. And for potential tranche 3, we need additional direction. You'll see that the list exceeds the amount we have available. Some prioritization is certainly necessary, but it's a good opportunity to earmark those funds, just so that we know how to prioritize our time as staff and what to continue to move forward on. All right, quick overview of funding. On the left side of your screen, that's kind of blurred, are the tranche 1 approved spending already. So that was just shy of $4 million that we've already appropriated. What we're seeking appropriation in tranche 2 tonight are those tranche 2 different ones at the top, in 2 different categories. One we're calling continued recovery initiatives, which I'll touch on in a moment. And the second is our more transformative initiatives, altogether about $3.5 million, a little shy of that. And then that leaves us, if everything were to be approved, about 11.8 million remaining in funding. Again, the caveat that we don't receive that second installment, that second 10 million, until July of this year. Funds must be committed by the end of 24 and expended by the end of 26. All right, so just to be clear again, these are tranche one initiatives. These have already been approved, but I'm going to give you a quick update on where we stand with some of these. So I'll just say it at the outset, we've done a pretty good job in committing, following through on our commitments from September. We have spent or imminently about to spend about 2.9 out of this $3.97 million, and I'll get into the reason why we haven't spent 100%. City service restoration, so those are pretty straightforward. We did agree to provide a grant to Boulder Housing Partners to help bridge the digital divide at their sites. As you might imagine, with 2 organizations, there's been a lot of paperwork and going back and forth. That is in process to be signed, that grant agreement. So that is good news. They'll be well underway in Q1. We had a number of different economic recovery programs associated with tranche 1. In here included extending our delivery fee subsidy, which was a program started all the way back under CARES. $150,000 was provided to the CVB to encourage safe visitation. $100,000 has been held back. We'll touch on this as a part of the outdoor dining pilot. So that has not been spent yet. For utility bill assistance, council that was here at the time may recall that we were first focused on water customers with this support. And due to a restriction in our charter, we're not able to provide free service directly. So we had to find kind of a workaround. We have no program. So we had to work across departments and with regional partners to explore a viable solution. Thanks to a partnership with Boulder County, letters to water customers will be sent out this month asking to opt into the assistance program. I can get into details, but basically this allows us to tap into some county dollars that they have available. So it frees up some of this $400,000 for us to use in general utility bill assistance. What we can do is directly credit customers in need that are eligible through this process. So this is good news. It has taken longer than ideal, but those letters are expected to go out shortly. We did extend some critical human service needs that were either started under CARES or tranche 1, including emergency rental assistance before our EPRS program was up and running. Our workplace transformation continues, I think is almost complete, which is great news to allow us to transition fully to hybrid work and continue to deliver services. And then we established $1 million public health reserve. We have not tapped 100% of this money, so that's another big chunk of why we haven't spent the full 4 million here. We did spend about $250K towards the city employee vaccine incentive and some dollars to help support businesses in purchasing masks. Okay, deep breath. That's tranche one. Mayor Brockett, did you want to see if there were questions about anything so far?
Yeah, I thought maybe we could pause and see if anybody had any questions at this point before we proceed to tranche two. And we got one from Matt.
Mark, you mentioned, and I just want to be clear, you mentioned that 100K was being held out for outdoor dining. Were you going to answer that in the tranche two discussion, or was that sort of for the end as just a caveat to touch on? I just didn't know where you were going to come back to that. Maybe I didn't quite understand why that was held out.
I've got a whole slide and
okay.
We have staff available, so gotcha. we can chat about it then.
Awesome, thanks.
All right, let's dive into tranche two then.
Okay. Fun stuff. Let's talk about spending the money now, new money. So tranche two recommendations. What I'm going to do is highlight some of them that we don't have a full slide on. Again, we have information, we have staff available to get into the details of all of these, but we try to be a little bit respectful of time tonight. These are organized by area of focus. Again, this is some of the pre-work we did back in August that we've tried to focus our work as a staff team on: public health and safety, affordability and service access, and community and economic resilience. What you see in the slight highlighted areas are our two continued recovery programs, one in the housing and human services and one in economic recovery. The others that I'll just touch on: emergency response connectors. I talked about how important that program is. So there is a recommendation to extend and expand that program over the next 3 years to continue to help to inform our where our resources are going. We will touch at length on guaranteed income and the building home project. Fiber Smart City phase 2 design. So our scoping work for fiber phase 2 is underway. Council will have a discussion in Q2, I believe, about the scope of that work and looking for some policy direction. We're anticipating that there will be some design work to get shovel ready for potential other federal resources. So 50K is being suggested out of ARPA to make sure we have the money available to do that design work quickly. For economic recovery planning, we have an economic sustainability strategy, but it is dated. I believe last time it was updated was 2013. We need to do this for a couple of reasons. One is the economic environment's a lot different than 2013, and so it seems like a good use of funds to inform how we might look at our existing programs and recovery efforts and potential additional ARPA spending in the future. And it is a requirement to have an updated strategy, a regional strategy for the Economic Development Agency for some potential grant opportunities. So suggestion is 100,000 there. We will talk in depth about the rest. So for continued recovery programming, just to touch on these briefly, continued housing and human services recovery program extensions up to 500,000 over 22 and 23 in several areas, including direct financial assistance through the Left Behind Workers Fund and through our partners, food assistance, transportation assistance, digital divide assistance. Again, just acknowledging that we're still in this thing and there's still that need to be responsive through some existing programs. Continued economic recovery programs. Some of these are extensions of existing, some address some gaps, newer gaps that we have identified, including looking at impacted industry and underserved business grants and programming, year-round visitor promotion. So again, trying to support our tourism industry, 100,000 to CVB for that, and holding 50,000 for potential participation with Boulder County for workforce training. Again, a big need in the community. I didn't say outdoor dining pilot because we do have a full slide on this. So I'm not going to go through the details of this because you've received a memo and you have a full study session item on this on March 8th. But I did want to at least tee this up for any questions that you might have. We do have staff available from Community Vitality and Transportation and many others this evening. So the use of ARPA dollars would essentially offset some of the costs of purchasing parklet infrastructure. And so the structure of the program, I'm not going to get into, I'm not the expert on, but I can tell you that's the intent of the ARPA dollars, is to offset some of that cost. The rest of those funds, where it comes from, again, others can speak to, but the proposal this evening is to use the 150 from tranche 2, so that would be a new appropriation, and then the 100,000 that Matt that was mentioned earlier would be funds that we have not yet spent out of tranche 1 that have already been appropriated, but we would just need council support on in order to access. So it'd be 250 total out of ARPA to support the outdoor dining pilot. And that's the end of that kind of continued recovery before we get into the next set of tranche 2 initiatives. Mayor Brackett, did you want to take questions on that now, or do you want me to go ahead and go through the rest?
I might say finish out tranche 2 entirely, and then we can ask questions about it, all of it.
You got it. All right. So I'm going to take a break from talking now. The first tranche 2 transformative initiative that we'll discuss is the potential exploration of a guaranteed income pilot. I'm joined this evening by Elizabeth Crow. She's our Human Services Investment Senior Project Manager, and she's going to talk to you all about guaranteed income.
Thank you, Mark, and good evening, Council. As Mark said, my name is Elizabeth Crow, and I serve as a Human Services Investments Manager in HHS. And I'm very pleased to share this proposal for a guaranteed income pilot project. This proposal definitely meets the criteria, the ARPA criteria, of being innovative and transformative. However, the city would not be first in this space. There are roughly 15 cities right now with guaranteed income programs in place, and the Mayors for Guaranteed Income Network estimates around 60 or more will launch this year. In fact, Louisville, Kentucky just announced launch of its guaranteed income pilot program this past weekend. First, I'd like to just briefly note that there are a lot of terms used to describe this kind of program. For example, guaranteed income, basic income, and there are a lot of different perceptions about what's involved. Guaranteed income generally describes programs that provide a cash transfer on a regular basis to community members experiencing low income for a set period of time, not forever. The cash transfer income is generally provided to people who are determined to be eligible based on whatever the city or partner organizations determine, and is provided unconditionally. What exactly that eligibility would be, as I was just saying, any other details of a pilot project would be determined collaboratively by city staff and partners based on the needs in our community. And so with this request, we're not saying that we have figured out every detail. In fact, intentionally quite the opposite. So if you want to go to the next slide. Fortunately, there are some robust networks in place that connect city and state governments, research institutions, economic advisory agencies, and others to share these resources and best practices. And one of those primary networks is called Mayors for Guaranteed Income. I mentioned it just a moment ago. It was founded by Mayor Michael Tubbs of Stockton, California, a city that first implemented such a guaranteed income project in the US back in 2019. And it really does provide a wealth of resources that the city could tap into to create a successful and sustainable project. We're lucky in that we've already been able to access some of their information and resources. And in fact, back in fall 2020, several of our HHS staff participated in a sprint training that was sponsored by What Works Cities in collaboration with Mayors for Guaranteed Income, which is what got us really excited about this possibility. We believe this project could be very highly impacting for community members, in part because we see how effective programs are here in Boulder that we already have been supporting through HHS. That includes the Keep Families House program. We've made prior COVID investments in programs like the Left Behind Workers Fund, which provide direct assistance to people who need it. We've also done some initial information and input sessions with some nonprofit partners who work with community members in need, and their response has been overwhelmingly positive. So in terms of the next steps, potential next steps listed on this slide, with this ARPA request, one of the first next steps would be, or could be, for the city to formally join the Mayors for Guaranteed Income Network. That just gets us greater access to resources, lots of best practices from these 60+ cities that are already in this space. One of those consistent best practices to ensure quality management is to hire a project coordinator who would help recruit those other project partners, including those who may want to contribute funding. And another best practice is early formation of a task force that really represents varied community interests and diverse populations. And that's what, again, like really puts the details to this type of proposal. The last block there really kind of talks about what some of those details would be. Who might be eligible? What kind of target populations? What might that cash transfer amount be? $500 per month is a very common amount for a duration of a year, 18 months, 2 years. We would have to figure out with our partners what that would look like for us in the city. And then lastly, you know, that this consultant putting together a task force would definitely be able to address sustainability issues. And one of the other key questions about a project like this is what happens after the ARPA dollars are gone? How are we going to ensure that if it's successful and if we want to, we keep it going? And again, there are a lot of best practices that are already in development from Mayors for Guaranteed Income cities that we would be able to take advantage of. In discussing the pilot project planning and launch timeframes, based on what other cities are doing, including some that I've been communicating very closely with in the last couple of months, it seems realistic that the city, if we pursue this option, would be able to quite potentially have a project launched by the end of the year. Some are really taking about 8 to 9 months from a council or mayor decision to actually starting to release payments to community members. So have a lot more we could say about this, but I think I'll just stop there. And I think we're taking questions at the end.
Right. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thanks, Elizabeth. And next, we're going to talk about Homeless Solutions Building Home Project, and I'm handing it over to Kurt Fernhaber, our Director of Housing and Human Services.
Thank you, Mark, and good evening, Council. So I have mentioned this project a couple of times previously. Once was at the retreat. So this initiative is really meant to focus on the hundreds of people that have been housed who were previously homeless over the last 4 years, as well as those who are in the process of being housed, and addressing issues particularly of isolation. In the past, programs, Housing First programs have typically measured how successful people stay or are in housing. But we really want to bring that bar up to address a number of different things. So there's a couple of main components to this. The one is the peer support program. So it would be an organization in our community that would work with and recruit peers who would be paid some sort of stipend to assist others that had been housed, and also to assist them in getting into services. The other is day programming, which would include support groups and different programming activities and learning that could assist them with things like substance use, mental health, emotional and physical health, and things like job preparedness. And it's really, both of these programs would be linked together to provide connections to services, both medical, behavioral health, case management. And what we've realized is that the number of individuals that we've housed have really gone beyond the capacity of our ability to simply support them through case management. Many of our affordable housing developments where these individuals call home now have community spaces. And so the approach that we've taken to reduce the cost of the program would be to run these types of programs in these community spaces throughout the community. So they're not coming to one central location. It's actually making the programs closer to where they live. And this would increase our sort of our case management success as well. So if we get direction from council on this, this is sort of the timeline or next steps. We would be putting together an RFP for organizations to do this type of work. At the end of last year, we actually put out an RFI to get information from organizations working with this population for them to provide us input into forming this program. And so developing or understanding how we would measure the program, working with coordinated entry and homeless solutions for Boulder County, and ensuring that this work would be integrated with the programs and systems we have in place, and then contracting for this work. This work would be done by organizations in the community. And I think that's it for this slide.
Great, thank you, Kurt. And we're going to shift gears just a little bit to talk more about the economic recovery efforts associated with Tranche 2, specifically looking at our arts industry support, one of our hardest hit industries. And for that, we have Matt Shazansky, our arts manager tonight.
All right, thanks a lot, Mark, and greetings, council. We have two sets of proposals for you addressing the arts industry. The first, as you see on this slide, is a specific response to the economic conditions. The second, I'll talk about in a second, reestablishes some targeted programs that are going to have specific outcomes that enhance our recovery. So the workforce incentives you see here is divided up into two different grant programs. The first is a hiring incentive for nonprofits to employ Boulder area artists to create new work, to perform, to exhibit their work. And the second is gap funding to hire back administrative support positions for arts nonprofits that were lost during the pandemic. What we know is that statewide, there was a low point in 2020 where the arts industry retracted by about 50% of its workforce. And while the recovery has shown really good signs in the recent sets of data, the fact is that the arts recovery is behind the rest of the economy, and we're still tracking at only about 15%. We're below 15% of 2019 numbers in workforce. And so these two are designed to specifically target this part of the economy, this gap in recovery for the arts sector. Built on top of that is the additional challenge that for the artists in our community, with about 5,000 artists in our community, third highest concentration in the country, according to the NEA, they are gig economy workers and are additionally vulnerable and have fewer protections. And so we're going to work with the Arts Commission and the community on how to build a program around these concepts, also matching that up with the other local arts agencies in the county to create these types of incentives to bridge nonprofits and arts businesses into this type of hiring and move those positions into something more resilient on the other side of the recovery. Next slide, please. So given the uneven recovery, this first part of this proposal to reestablish programs is around bringing back a professional to work on programs for artists and all of the work in the community cultural plan around the workforce of individual artists in our community. And that includes not only hiring a professional, but also taking back up convening, professional development, addressing issues for our venues that are having a particularly challenging time as the restrictions kind of ebb away. And then looking at the venue ladder and how young artists can segue into an arts job in this community. In addition to that, we're building on the very successful COVID-19 work projects, which bring commissions from artists for their neighbors around social resiliency, and experiments in public art to commission large-scale citywide temporary and interactive civic practice projects. The idea of those being that not only is this funding going to artists, and in the case of public art, the teams of contractors from the community that they deploy to build these projects, but all of the social infrastructure outcomes that we can expect by profound arts activity at a neighborhood scale. So we're looking at measuring how these type of projects can lead to things like improved measures of equity, of social cohesion, of community efficacy, and of social resiliency. Yeah, so I'll hand it back to you, Mark. That summarizes it.
Great, thank you, Matt. And that is the last tranche 2 item this evening. So I think I will pause and maybe stop sharing so that you all can ask some questions.
Great, that's a lot of great stuff and some complicated programs and such. So I'm sure people have some questions. I see Bob out of the gate.
Thanks, Mark, and thanks everyone. That was a great presentation. That was very understandable. Mark, we have a little bit of awkwardness as far as timing. This is no one's fault. This is just the way the calendar lined up around outdoor dining. We're being asked to approve some funding for outdoor dining, but we haven't yet approved the program. And I think that that discussion on outdoor dining is March 8th, and then the adjustment to base to formally approve this tranche funding will be the following week. If it turns out that when we have that discussion in a few weeks on outdoor dining, there is less of a need for the subsidy than what you're showing here today, could we reallocate that money kind of on the fly in early March and towards other economic recovery things? I think there are some other categories in that are similar to that, around economic recovery, small business development, Convention Visitors Bureau, those types of things. Could we kind of juggle that money around if it turns out that we don't need as much for outdoor dining?
Yes, from a budget standpoint, once you appropriate that money, we're just appropriating the dollars to spend. If we're going to change the use, that would be at council's discretion, and I would yield to Chris Jones, who I see, as to what process he'd like to follow, if they want to have alternatives in case it goes that way, or however they'd like to handle it from the actual programmatic perspective.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Chris Jones, Interim Director of Community Vitality. Thank you, Bob, for that question. And yeah, I would say that we're exploring all opportunities to bring the proposed pilot costs down for participating businesses, and ARPA is one of those strategies. In the event that we're able to identify a different approach to standing that pilot program up, similarly to the 100,000 that's currently allocated in tranche one, we could, I presume, administratively say that actually we want to focus these resources on another program.
Great, thanks, guys. I won't have any comments about the outdoor dining until then, but I just wanted to know that we'd have a little bit of flexibility to maybe do that on the fly if it looks like we can juggle numbers around. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron, and I appreciate I mean, this is a deep dive into how we sort of help our community, and I just want to piggyback a little bit on Bob because I'm sort of going the other direction. I know we'll talk on the 8th, which is right now what's budgeted seems to be light in my book in order to bring that cost barrier down for restaurants. I'd like to see that number at $15 a square foot, not the 26, which would have required full ARPA subsidy of roughly around $550,000. And so I'm looking to see if we go the other direction and commit a lot, can we throttle back the other direction? And so my worry is if we over allocate and then there's not ARPA there, I'd much rather err on the side of caution because it's one-time use and allocate more money. And then if subsequent conversations say we don't need it, throttle back, then not have enough to get to where we need to be to get that price point for businesses to say, hell yes, I want to be a part of outdoor dining. Because I think that's the reaction we want. The other, generally speaking, about tranche 2 is about just overall economic recovery. And my only real concern is, and it kind of touches on what Bob was saying, is we have this weird time frame that right before we're about to enter the busy spring, summer, and fall, where our businesses need to flourish. How are we front loading our expenditures to prime the pump? Because their success in turn is our success budgetarily with our general fund, from which we can then take care of some of these other things. So I want to know why maybe there's some held, and maybe it's a conversation for tranche 3, but it would be trying to bring some of that into tranche 2 in order to really prime the pump to support our local businesses. I see 1.2 million and other stuff for transformative business support in tranche 3, but I am curious about, what is looking like only about $520,000 between tranche 1 and 2 supporting local business recovery and supporting the CVB, like marketing to get the word out for tourists and people to come here. I mean, this is the year that we make our comeback, assuming another variant doesn't come in. So that's kind of where I'm trying to wonder is how do we really focus on that front loading to give ourselves the best chance of economic success?
Yeah, that's a good question, Matt. And I'll just note that our proposal for tranche 2 is an additional 620,000 total to support economic recovery. So that's kind of what we're calling continued economic recovery. Within that is the 150 of the 250 for the outdoor dining pilot. And in terms of kind of what that goes towards, I saw that pop up briefly between her and Chris. I'm sure they could, if they'd like to add any thoughts on that. But that is new funding, new spending in addition to the tranche 1.
I don't have anything else to add, but I imagine Yvette might.
Happy to tag team with you, Chris. Yeah, you're raising great points. And the last thing we want to do is put the brakes on a recovering economy. But our economy is complex and there are a lot of needs. So we want to make sure that we're being thoughtful about that, Matt. Yes, there are things that we could move forward a little faster, but we want to benefit from your conversation tonight to help us appreciate the best way to move forward with our alliance partners.
Good. Matt, does that cover your question?
For now, I might come back to some others, but I'll let some others ask questions.
Nicole and then Mark.
Thank you. Aaron, is it okay if I offer just a couple of comments at this point, or are you wanting this to just be questions and we'll do comments
I was
later?
trying to bunch questions together and bunch comments together, if you don't mind.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. Then my questions were again around the outdoor dining. I think, Mark, we talked about this a little bit briefly over email, but, for me, this is the one where I'm just not understanding how it kind of taps into that racial equity priority and the sustainability, that sort of first or highest priority item. And I was just wondering if you could maybe clarify that a little bit more. And then the other question that I was wondering about is kind of how this facilitates economic recovery. And the questions that I'm sort of thinking about are that, right now we are in a place where just last night the county Board of Health decided, that some of these COVID restrictions are going away, so presumably this kind of opens up some more space inside restaurants. I'm just given some of the staffing struggles that some of these businesses are having. I guess my question is around, is it useful, right? What is the kind of problem that's trying to be solved in some of this outdoor dining space? I say this as somebody who has very much enjoyed having more outdoor dining space. And, I'm curious about how this, I guess, what the problem is that it's trying to solve with regard to the economic recovery.
I'll let Chris take that one.
Thank you, Nicole, for the question. This is something that we could certainly, and we would intend to dive in deeper on March 8th of the reason why we are looking to stand up a pilot. We have restaurants who have spent a significant amount of resources and time putting out temporary structures that probably would not have otherwise been allowed outside of emergency conditions, not necessarily to our safety design standards. Again, I don't know that we want to dive into that now, but what we're trying to do is stand up a pilot program that leverages resources where we're able to find them to allow participating restaurants to get to a pathway to compliance so they can continue to take advantage of maybe some of the silver linings from the COVID experience and take advantage of outdoor dining without significant additional expense. And so given the impacts that we know that the restaurant and hospitality industry has had with COVID, it seemed like as far as a capital expenditure goes, ARPA is a place that could look to support this pilot program to reduce the burden on individual businesses.
Thank you. And just the first part of my question, sorry, I did a long and rambling one, was just speaking a little bit more to some of the racial equity, how it kind of hits on that priority.
Sure. So I know that all of the proposals went through the racial equity tool on a high level. I don't know that we're suggesting that this pilot specifically balances something other than making sure that we're trying to level the playing field for any business, regardless of who they are. And then also one key element of the current conditions is ADA accessibility. So it's not necessarily targeted at racial minorities, but differently abled minorities currently are not able to access a lot of these temporary structures that have been put out in the right of way. And that's one of the proposed solutions of our proposed pilot.
Great, thank you.
Thanks for that, Nicole. And I'll just say, Amy Kane, if you had any thoughts on that, feel free to pop in, but don't feel required to.
I don't have anything to add. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Mark.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions regarding the $250,000 request for guaranteed income. We've been given very little background as to these programs and how we ought to analyze this issue. At $500 a month, we're talking about a program that will serve 152 people. And I would have appreciated, is there a reason why we haven't been given an analysis of why that is a preferable outcome to distributing that money to the many other groups that we have in this town that actually target people in need for various services. And my other concern is that the request itself seems to assume the conclusion that this is a program we want to enter into, and I would have, appreciated, I'll phrase it as a question if you want, why weren't we given more background so that we can do that analysis? I don't know that we can justifiably assume that conclusion. And why didn't we at least get some analysis of what other cities are doing so that we can have a better background to maybe make that leap and get to the conclusion that we want to spend $250,000 on this project.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mark. And I'll let Elizabeth get into the details. I just want to say that it was not our intention for council to feel like you're supporting the creation of a guaranteed income program tonight. That it was very much our intention that to bring you back the parameters of such a program, an analysis of what such a program based on certain variables would cost, and allow you to look at that before appropriating any additional dollars towards a pilot. So
are we sure that that's something that requires $250,000 in consultant fees when we have a highly talented staff that can do a survey of what other cities are doing and then tell us why this is a great idea?
Yeah, I'll let Elizabeth speak a little bit to what the plan would be for the use of those dollars.
Thanks, Mark. And thank you, council member, for the question. Just as Mark said, definitely didn't want to put the cart before the horse so much. And I'll also allow that I think we struggled, I know we struggled with how much detail to provide at this point when there's so much information from other cities that already have pilots engaged and some that are actually complete, like the Stockton, California example where they put their pilot in place in 2019. There's actually a lot of data and great examples that give the amount, kind of a total amount of funding ranging from tens of millions of dollars in cities like Chicago and Los Angeles, which I don't think would apply as much to our situation in Boulder, but also cities like St. Paul, Newark, Cambridge, many other cities that are a little closer, either in population, demographics, et cetera, that have made allocations from ARPA or total allocations that are around that 3 million total for a pilot. So we're kind of provided a dollar amount as a total and an amount that we think is reasonable to get approved if council chooses, so that we can go ahead and do that planning. We don't know that setup and kind of the front end administrative costs, getting on a coordinator, determining a task force, bringing on a research partner if we need to allocate funding for that, would actually equal $250,000. And it may well be that it comes in far less than that. And then if we choose to move ahead, then again, that would be, those dollars could roll over. There are a number of different scenarios there. But essentially there are some quite detailed evaluations and on outcomes from projects so far, and lots of details about how other cities have already made decisions about what populations, what eligibility, et cetera. I'll also just say really very quickly that with this pilot program, we wouldn't be replacing the financial assistance that we already provide to a number of different nonprofits. We're still planning on funding EFA for Keep Families Housed, Shelter and Basic Needs. We support a wide range of other nonprofits that provide financial assistance and economic assistance to our community members, and all that stays. This would be value added onto that.
Well, I acknowledge that. The only issue is, should they get more? And it's a question of an analysis that shows why this is a better path than giving EFA more money, giving Community Foundation more money, giving Boulder Housing Partners more money. I mean, I'll get into this more with the comments, but those are. I was perplexed at this because we're being asked to move forward with surprisingly little information. But the rest of my comments will hold.
Okay, thanks. Tara and then Lauren.
You know what? Mark just reminded me that this is supposed to be questions and not comments. So I'm going to wait for the comments. I'll let Lauren go.
Thank you. Lauren, then Mark again.
Yeah, I really appreciate you guys bringing forward a bunch of innovative things. I think, like Mark, I'm struggling a little bit with understanding how many people, for me, it's wider than just, this one category. It's really a number of the categories, trying to sort of assess how many people are being assisted with these versus the overhead costs associated with creating a new program or a service. It's probably not information you have that you could give me right now, but if it was handily available somewhere behind the scenes, that would be wonderful.
Yeah. And Lauren, we can certainly provide that in detail. We do have that information. I mean, obviously, our staff made every attempt to try to limit the quote administrative part of any program to make sure that the dollars were freed up for direct support. I'm just kind of glancing through. I know that the vast majority of the Homeless Solutions Building Home dollars, those will go direct out to the services that Kurt described. The infrastructure is in place for the art industry support. There is a part-time position that will help support the commissions. That's a part of it, but that certainly is an add value to the programs themselves. So there's some examples there where couldn't do it without it, and it helps get the resources out, but we can provide you a little bit more detailed breakdown on that.
Yeah, and it's not that overhead is necessarily a big problem. I mean, if you're going to create something new that has, that is a bigger lift, but maybe it's worth it for the thing that we're creating. It would just be interesting to have.
Matt, I've got you up again.
Yeah, I'm kind of stuck on a philosophical aspect of ARPA, and maybe it's not a question for staff, but maybe my council colleagues as well. The philosophical question I'm struggling with is the expeditious nature that in which these funds were received by the city or given out by the federal government. And I see a pacing of this, and I know some of it takes a while to initiate a plan, or there's some staffing limitations to implement. And so I'm aware of some of those tensions. But what I also see is I see that we've really pushed on what is the thought of transformational stuff, which I think are great. But I also understand that we're missing some of that expeditiousness to have immediate impact now. And I come back to business, and my question is like, how many more businesses are we going to lose? And then in hindsight go, yeah, but we held on to money too long. And I worry that the same maybe mistake we made about not spending our reserves to hold on to our staff, and now paying the consequences of planning and other things, costing businesses money, slowing other things down. I just want to make sure we're learning the lesson a little bit. And so I'm kind of wondering, why is it that the process we're in, and not the spend money, get it now, get it to the help it needs as fast as possible. And so I'm struggling with the philosophy of it, and understanding that might help me understand why the plan is the plan.
Yeah, I appreciate that question, Matt. I would say that we tried to strike that balance. So I think take that as you will. We did have a number of expenditures in tranche one that were about immediate need, and so I think that was a little over 2 million that we identified as immediate need. And those dollars, we tried to get out the door as quickly as possible, and we're successful in that in a lot of ways. We have identified a little over $1 million. I think it's about 1.1 million in this tranche, and tranche two, that again support that kind of continued recovery. Those are more immediate emerging needs as we've seen them over the last several months. So they wouldn't really fall into that kind of new or transformational or whatever you want to call it. And then I'd say that we were challenged with the last council to try to come up with those innovative approaches to some of our most challenging issues. And so that's where you see kind of a different or a new approach reflected, is that we took some care in trying to plan and scope what it would take to actually do some of these things. And so that's where you get some of these others that, may require some additional planning even to get to that type of initiative, but hopefully it supports that sustained longer term recovery, but both community and economic recovery. And so again, it's a balance. I mean, the longer we take to plan and make sure we're doing that, we're potentially missing something in the shorter term. But we've tried to really make sure that we're listening to those gaps that exist today and make sure that we are funding initiatives that address those gaps. And then the last thing, and I was going to touch on this for tranche 3, is that we don't have 10 million yet until July. So that's one caveat. And we are excited about the prospect of partnering and planning with the county as they make decisions. As you know, that process has not completed itself yet. And so we're hopeful that we can be aligned. So there's a few areas where we know there's a city role to play, city ARPA dollars perhaps, but we may not be the primary responsible governmental agency to look at some of these things. And so who leads, and especially with the county in some areas, I mean, we just want to be very intentional. So that's a long answer to your question, but certainly hear you. And I think we're trying to strike that balance.
I appreciate that, Mark. And I know how hard in all of this is, in the moment of all the chaos and the complexity and the struggle for so many in all of this, how hard it is sometimes to it's easy to sort of in hindsight have different view. And so, and I, not that we're totally in hindsight, but I do think that, and I can appreciate that. And I know that might be a position I'm coming in, but I just want to thank you for all the great ideas that have come out of this. I'm just trying to understand philosophy to action and sort of navigating that path through. So I appreciate you walking me through it.
Thanks. So Mark, should we roll on into feedback on tranche 2 before we move on to tranche 3? What do you think?
It's up to you. I have the questions again at the end. I think for feedback on 2, I know that we had some conversation with a couple of council members about potentially looking at some that were in tranche 3 and asking about, could we move them up and stuff like that. So it might be good to hear the tranche 3.
Yeah, let's do tranche 3 and then we'll get all comments at the end. And
okay.
Tara, is that an old hand or did you want to say something?
It's a new hand, but I keep pushing my comments, so it's okay if you want to do tranche 3 and then I'll just have a whole list, but nobody's allowed to complain that I'm talking too much since I haven't said anything yet. That's all
Nobody's complaining at all. Okay, thanks. We'll wait to hear from you until we get to comments.
All right, am I back up and running here?
Looks like it.
Okay. Great. So we'll try to move a little bit quicker through the tranche 3 presentation, but we do have as much information as you need. Again, to recap the intent of this, it's to seek additional policy direction. You do hear a lot about staff capacity, continues to be a thing. So we are asking for your help in prioritization that will help us focus efforts as we continue to plan towards the spending the rest of the dollars that we have available. There's some here that we've said it's really important. We know it's a top priority. We should hold funds, but there's some coordination that's necessary. I mentioned especially with the county. It's not just to call them out. I mean, they have over 60 million in ARPA dollars themselves. They're going through a process to determine their funding efforts, and so again, we've enjoyed a very close relationship with them, and especially in the human services realm, closely aligned on funding. And so we just want to make sure that our dollars are not duplicative. And so I think it'll be great to hold funds, but kind of wait for those final decisions to play out in their process. And yes, feedback, if there's any gaps, anything missing that you feel here, again, will be good to know. So a quick summary of what we're looking at in tranche 3, again, organized by area of focus. We'll talk about strengthening behavioral health net. That's a big one. Digital divide improvements, I don't think we touch on specifically. It's an area that we know we need to continue to address outside of the phase 2 work. We've had several conversations in this area. It's a difficult one. I can get into the details of that, but we'd still like to hold funding and address digital divide issues as they arise. This is more on the infrastructure side than I think providing direct assistance, which we are doing through housing human services in some ways. Childcare capacity and industry support continues to be an issue within the community. We are doing some smaller initiatives. This would be to coordinate some larger work. We have talked about guaranteed income. So again, this would be in our tranche 3 bucket. We wouldn't be seeking appropriation in March for the bulk of the dollars for that potential pilot. I'll speak very briefly on San Lazaro, and we will talk about manufactured housing community support. And again, with transformative economic recovery, that 1.2 million would be held subject to the completion of the strategy, the economic sustainability strategy update that we talked about earlier. In total, this would be a little shy of 15.5 million. We'll just flag here that if everything was funded, then it would exceed our current remaining of about 11.8 million. So just keep that in mind. There's a caveat with what we're actually talking about with the San Lazaro annexation. So that'll become a little bit more apparent with numbers, and we'll talk about that specifically. So I believe for this one, I'm handing back over to Elizabeth to talk about how we're looking at this particular issue.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I'm sure Council is well aware that our community members are really experiencing quite a wide range of mental behavioral health needs. And these have been exacerbated by COVID and then compounded by other disasters our communities faced, including shootings and fires, et cetera. At the same time, our local and regional mental health agencies, which include large agencies that you're familiar with, like Mental Health Partners, but also smaller agencies that provide services to specific populations, including youth and Latino, LGBTQ, older adult community members. They're all experiencing severe staffing shortages due to COVID, and that is a nationwide crisis. While HHS already provides annual funding to many nonprofit agencies for their mental behavioral health services, we do believe ARPA offers an opportunity to address some of these systemic capacity gaps. We know the needs are very urgent, and we also need some clarification, as Mark mentioned, from our government partners like Boulder County, and more input from a range of nonprofits to really land on exact kind of supports we want to be able to provide and make sure we're leveraging these ARPA dollars to the greatest extent possible. A lot of the nonprofits that serve our Boulder County community actually do work countywide, which is great opportunity for collaboration. And again, just acknowledging that we believe we still have some work to do to really clarify what the needs are and make sure that we don't unintentionally create a boom and bust situation or provide support in a way that our nonprofits actually are not able to sustain after ARPA dollars are gone. I think I'll stop there.
Great. I think, are you continuing on with the next one? Yeah, on childcare. Why don't you go ahead?
You're right. And actually, a lot of these situations are very similar for childcare as they are for mental behavioral health, and that this industry is really quite critical to making sure that families in our community have what they need to re-enter the workforce and do so sustainably, address these issues with affordability, and also just address the very kind of business industry of childcare providers, which our colleagues Yvette and others in Community Vitality can address as well. And HHS and Community Vitality have been working really collaboratively to identify this initial set of outcomes and possible investment areas, again, that add value to the ongoing services that we already provide either directly through HHS or Community Vitality and through investments in other childcare nonprofit partners. And we also made a sizable investment using CARES Act or coronavirus relief funding in 2020 for this industry. In short, we really want our ARPA investments to be able to address the needs both for the industry and for families. And here too, the needs are quite urgent. We've already got some support going out the door from Tranche 1 through HHS and have identified several possible investment areas. Another area where collaboration with the county, being able to continue to work with our colleagues in the city of Longmont, for example, to with all of our nonprofit partners to be able to land on, what we really believe is the right allocations in detail, so we can leverage this opportunity well.
Thanks, Elizabeth. And we're going to talk now a little bit about manufactured housing community support. I'm going to turn over to Kurt for that. And you're on mute, Kurt.
Thank you, Mark. So the previous council it approved the Ponderosa community project, and it's a multi-year project, which initially created a lot of planning with the community, turned into an annexation, a new site plan. Whoops, there we go. And as well as a commitment. And one of the outcomes that the community desired and city council desired at that time was to ensure that residents of the Ponderosa community at the time that it was purchased by the city, that we would do everything we can for them to be able to stay in that community through this redevelopment, as well as sort of a commitment that we could help them get into home ownership opportunities. And so what we've identified is that many of the households, particularly original owners at Ponderosa at the time that we purchased, some of them have very low incomes and would require a second mortgage in order to afford the homes. The second mortgage would be paid back at 30 years or time of refinancing or selling the property. And that allows it to be sort of a revolving fund to help other households in the future. So it's really addressing a sort of a long-term city project that's gone over several councils. But also it's worth noting that these households have certainly been significantly impacted from an economic standpoint through this COVID, the last couple of years as well. And I will stop there. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm covering briefly this slide. So a longstanding conversation has surrounded the San Lazaro community and the potential annexation into the city. I want to be clear with this, that we're not suggesting the use of city ARPA dollars yet at this time, but we believe that ARPA could be used to support the potential annexation in some way through the coordination of resources and other partners. The $4 million comes from an estimation of what it would cost to connect utilities to city water and wastewater. There's a few reasons we're putting this on there. I think it comes at a good moment. We do have staff available from both utilities and HHS to help answer questions here. Comes at a good moment where there's been some progress with negotiations. I think it's important for us as a city to secure adequate community benefit as a part of any annexation into the city. There's also other entities that have an interest here, including Boulder County. This is not currently within city limits, inherent with an annexation. So again, and really trying to see the roadmap to the future and the use of any potential ARPA dollars would include other entities at the table. It is a rare opportunity to look at the use of these funds to help, especially if we can maintain affordability within the area and provide a certain minimum service level that we're interested in doing, amongst others. So there's a lot of different things at play with this one, but thought it would be worthy to have on our list of potential tranche 3. And I think this is the last one, just to touch on briefly, potential transformative economic opportunities, especially looking at different ways we provide technical assistance and grant programs would be a big one. A greater awareness of and access to contracting opportunities offered by the city, increased availability of goods and services, especially those that are more inclusive or affordable. Those are some elements that are potentially a part of this. Again, would be informed by the update of the economic sustainability strategy. And then just quickly to touch on potential ongoing funding impact, just so that we can get into the heart of the questions here. We're just pointing out here, and this information is in your packets, that some of these are not necessarily one-time expenditures inherently. I know there's a lot of information on this slide, but we're just pointing out that any consideration of ARPA funding may implicate future funding. And so especially from the budget hat perspective here, is that we'll just want to be thinking ahead so that if we are intentionally funding something because it's important now to aid in recovery that has ongoing implications, that we need to consider that as we go into future budget cycles. And just lastly, that as you think about moving things up and back, it would really help us to prioritize. So if there's something that's less of a priority in the current tranche 2 recommendations and you'd like to move something up and out of tranche 3, I think generally you'll hear support for that from staff as we've gone through that process over the last couple months, is try to figure out what is council's priority. Obviously we will be responsive, but we do have only so much capacity to make that happen. So that's just the reality. And if you can give us an indication of what those priorities are over others, that is helpful. I mentioned the ongoing funding implications, and then process for tranche 3. I think it depends on the progress of the various different initiatives. Some of these, like the guaranteed income pilot, if that does move forward, that would have maybe a different track than others. A couple might be in that boat. Coordination with others, including Boulder County, will be a part of these potential tranche 3 initiatives. And then some may be requested through our budget process, utilizing ARPA as a source of money. Again, it depends. If it's council's will, we could certainly just do something similar like this and just have a tranche 3 conversation separately. So a number of different ways to structure that as well. You have the questions already, but I'll stop and let you ask questions specifically about the tranche 3 initiatives.
Well, thanks for that, Mark. And just a big overall thank you. It's clear an enormous amount of work and thought went into preparing these recommendations. They're very detailed. They're very well thought through. So thanks to you and everyone on staff who collaborated in putting that together. All right, questions. Terry, you still have a hand up. Do you have questions now, or do you want to wait until comments?
Yeah, I definitely have a lot of comments and no questions.
Okay, no questions.
I'll take it down.
Okay, Mark and then Nicole.
Yeah, just one question. Wouldn't the San Lazaro annexation cost be something that would be appropriate for upcoming infrastructure funds?
It definitely could. I think it depends on the type of infrastructure we're looking at. I believe there is at least one program, and this is off the top of my head, based on a webinar I attended a little while back. But yeah, I think there definitely are opportunities there. I think we'd want to define what our interest is in investment first.
And obviously, discussion of San Lazaro was out of our purview tonight. But I will have many comments and questions when that comes to us. So be forewarned. Thank you. That's all I got right now.
Nicole.
Thanks. Yeah, I just had a couple of questions about the childcare funding as well as the behavioral health funding. And I was just wondering if there was or is a conversation around using some of that funding for workforce, because that's a major issue in both of those areas right now. And anyway, just curious about the workforce component of that.
Yeah, I'll let Elizabeth start with that.
Sure. The short answer is yes. That is exactly what we want to be able to do with those funds. Maybe not exclusively. There may be some other types of system support, or both for mental behavioral health professionals and childcare. But it's really about addressing this huge gap between people who need the services, many quite desperately, and the amount of people. And as I said, and I think you know, this is a nationwide issue, and that extends beyond just the dollars. But hopefully, and our desire is that with some really strategic investments, we can truly make some which may or may not be innovative, right, in kind of the true sense of the word, but certainly transformative, and that we want them to be long lasting. And that just takes a lot of care, as I, think you are acknowledging, to get right. Because if we just say, hey, we're going to address salary shortfalls, that could actually set organizations up for a negative consequence in a short period of time. So, but again, the short answer is, even though I'm talking longer, is that yes, a lot of it is about really trying to make those investments in workforce.
Thank you. And then the other question that I had was related to the second mortgage idea around funding some of the upgrades and things on the manufactured homes. And my question there was whether there are any other thoughts on kind of how to sustain that program in the future. And just thinking back to, for example, the public commenter, tonight, who was noting how much those kind of solutions constrain the amount of money that folks are able to get when they sell their home. And I think sometimes with manufactured homes, that's an especially hard thing to do. So I'm just wondering if you could provide just a little more background on alternative ideas there, or if that's a discussion that's kind of still in progress and we would hear more about as we learn more about this.
Yeah, I see Kurt, and I'll just say that that item wasn't, all of that money wasn't for the second mortgage program, but a good chunk of it was, and I'll let Kurt speak to the specifics.
Yeah, thank you, Nicole. So I think to address the comments of I think there was 2 speakers that open comment, that would probably take its own study session. And I would actually be glad to address a lot of those things. In fact, we received an email in that regard today as well that I'll be responding to. But if you look at it currently, a lot of the residents at Ponderosa have lived in those manufactured or mobile homes for many years. We had those sort of appraised about 3 years ago for a market appraisal. They ranged in value, according to market appraisals, between, I think the lowest was about $14,000 and the highest was I think 45 or 50,000. And we don't really see appreciation of those types of homes. And through this program, they would actually be getting into a fixed foundation home where they would have a home that would be worth, 250,000 or upwards of 300,000. That would be growing. So it's a significant step for those individuals. However, depending on their financial capacity, it would be a shared appreciation. Depending on which household, they would have sort of a different amount of value from that home. However, it's a significant step upwards in something that's actually going to appreciate year after year, whereas in many cases these homes have actually depreciated, and the quality of the homes is substantially different.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Lauren?
Thank you. So first, I just have a basic one, which is the deadline for spending this money. Is there one of those, and when is that?
Yes, there is. We must commit the funds. So we could read that a couple of different ways, but I take that as be under contract to spend funds by the end of 2024 and actually expend funds by the end of 26. There might be some flexibility there as we get closer, but those are the deadlines right now.
Okay. And just because, you know, hearing some of these things about childcare, and I also think about it with some of the arts funding, things that have a built component to them and might require some time from our planning and development services people, and making sure that we're also sort of allocating time so that we can meet these goals within the timelines that we have. I was also wondering about something that feels sort of like it's not there that I was anticipating more of, which is sort of the day sheltering and expanded night sheltering that the community's been, you know, bringing up. I heard a lot about that, both campaigning and then also, you know, we're always getting emails about those kinds of things. And I don't know why I was expecting that, but I was kind of expecting something along those lines to be part of what might be proposed here. And I was just wondering if you could speak to maybe why that isn't something that we're looking at more.
Sure, and I'll tap Kurt again, and I think our approach was a recommended approach is within the building home program proposal, and I'll let him speak a little bit more to your question.
So Lauren, just to make sure I have your question correct, you're asking why we didn't bring forward proposals around day sheltering?
Yeah, because weren't you talking about the sort of the services were going to be a part of, I mean, I saw day programming, but to me, that's not quite the same. You know, you're talking about doing that in residential facilities for people who already have housing,
Sure.
As opposed to.
Yep, that's helpful. Thank you. So the day services, we don't quite understand what the scope of that will be. And I think council will be discussing that a little bit later this evening as well. However, at the time, we've been working on these proposals since, I don't know, probably July last year. And when we were looking at what the resources we had to work with, and not understanding what a day shelter might look like. If we're talking about a building that could do day services is probably anywhere from $5 to $6 million for a used building if we wanted to purchase it. And so in order to get the most out of this approach, we wanted to use resources and venues that we knew already existed that we didn't have to pay for that could be better utilized. And those are community spaces that already exist throughout our community. And we're also wanting to make, the approach is to actually create connections between people. So individuals going to a class or a group or connecting with their peers, that often works best in the neighborhood that they live in. And so that's the approach that we took. We thought it would be the most outcome for the amount of resource being put into it and have a significant impact on the individuals we're trying to serve.
Lauren, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, well, we seem to be done with questions. So there's a whole lot here to give feedback on. And I got to give first spot to Tara here, who's been waiting patiently with her comments.
don't know about patiently, but I have to.
Apparent patience.
I want to go back to what Matt was talking about. And I would have said, yes, Matt, I agree with you, except that wasn't a question. The question would have been, do I agree with you? But that wasn't it. It was more of a comment. So here I am saying, Matt, I agree with you. And what I want to bring up, and I appreciate all staff did tonight, and the comment that was made maybe by Mark was really true, that in 2021, things were one way. And now in 2022, things are another way. And there was no way when council was working on this package in 2021 that you would have known about 2022, which is, to me, what's a trifecta, but with two extra factors, like a quintfecta? So we have the pandemic, this labor shortage, the supply chain shortage, pushing up the prices, causing inflation, and pushing up the prices some more. So I've never, and I'm old, you know, seen so much instability, so much changing in not just business, but our entire society with these things all happening at once. So I agree with Matt that what is going on now with the small business community, with the restaurants, with the hotels, and hospitality is an emergency, because we don't know what's going to happen at the next tranche. I mean, we don't know what's going to be in 2023. We'd like to save the businesses so that they're still here. So I just wanted to say that, and I wanted to also say one thing about the outdoor dining. The question, and I asked this to Yvette, was if the businesses want outdoor dining, but they're very worried that the restaurants are spending any more money, then how can we help them survive and not suffer some more? So the question is do we really need these? Yes, I understand the point, and it's a good point about those that are disabled being able to get to these places, but I think we should reconsider how much money we're going to spend this year on all these new things. And somebody brought up, so many great things were brought up by my council members. And I think maybe it was Lauren, or maybe not, that brought up, is this a time for innovation when we just need to get through till the end of 2022? It's good to have innovative thought, but I think there's like an emergency, and I'm not a big one for using the word emergency, you know, I'm not. So, but I think that there is somewhat of an emergency, and really just doubling down on making sure that our businesses, who are made up of people who hire people who are in the labor force, need to get to the end of 2022, and we need to help them do it. And so that's what I was thinking for the past 45 minutes in a nutshell. However, since I just said it all pretty quickly, I want to reserve the right to comment again later, just in case I have one more thing to say, which I forgot about.
Duly noted, and thanks for those. And that was succinct. Thanks, Tara. Great points. Mark, then Bob, then Matt.
Okay. My first comment is also a question. I'm actually quite shocked that in all of these proposals, I do not detect any that are really intended to enhance community resilience against climate change. I know it's been a few weeks, maybe our memory is short, but the Marshall Fire should teach us that it is important to enhance our community in terms of its ability to deal with that kind of occasion. And I'm really quite surprised that no portion of these funds seems to be directed in that direction. My other comment is I guess, directed more towards the guaranteed income proposal, which my suggestion on that would be to put both the consultant phase and the disbursement phase in the third tranche, to give staff time to get us a little bit more up to speed, give us some education, let us understand why this is a good proposal in contrast to other possible uses for the money. Because if it were simply up to me, I'd be happy to reallocate those funds to EFA, Community Foundation, Bridge House. BHP could take $2.75 million and leverage it into more than $20 million. That's how they operate. And leverage, I thought, was one of the objectives of the use of ARPA funds. And I don't see as much leverage in the guaranteed income portion of this as I would like. So if we pushed all of this into the third tranche and give staff an opportunity to get us more up to speed, maybe we can make a better and more educated judgment as to whether this is a priority we ought to be pursuing. I'd be more than happy to strengthen the safety net, the behavioral safety net above 2.5 million. I think it's potentially great. I don't know the answer to this, but does every child in Boulder have a home computer? Does every family have a home computer? If not, I'd be happy to spend funds to rectify that. That addresses a very particular need, and I think will benefit underserved communities on a grander scale than taking 150 or 125 or even 200 people and giving them guaranteed income when we have so many larger issues to address. So I'm not saying I can't ever support guaranteed income, but I don't have anywhere near the data to be able to do that now, and to suggest that we ought to spend $250,000 to hire consultants for a program that might not be an appropriate program for us. I'd certainly like to know what other cities between 100,000 and 125,000 population are doing. We don't have that data. So I don't want to belabor it too much. I have a lot of questions, and I do suggest that we take a different look at it, especially in terms of the $250,000 for consultants. Thank you.
Bob, and then Matt, and I'll call on myself.
Thanks, Aaron. I want to agree with some of the things that have already been said. I have three points to make. First of all, on outdoor dining, as I mentioned before, it's a little awkward for us to comment on this. My sense is the allocation is either too much or too little. I'm not really too sure which. One of the things I don't like about the program, at least as I understand it right now, the outdoor dining program right now, is there are a lot of built-in city fees. And it feels to me a little like we're using our ARPA subsidy for outdoor dining, which I'm generally in favor of. But some of that money is going to go back to the city. So it's really just an economic transfer of ARPA money to the city's general fund. And I would not be happy about that. But I really can't ascertain that now because we haven't really drilled into the outdoor dining program, and it is still very much in flux. So I guess I'll just put a placeholder there to say I'd like to use ARPA funding to truly subsidize outdoor dining, but I don't know exactly what that means yet. So I think we'll just have to wait till March 8th to figure it out, and then I'll have to dial the number up or down. Second, related to that, I want to echo the points that Tara and Matt and others have made about business recovery. I think that we are underfunding our business recovery segment, and I don't know if that means goosing up the numbers in tranche 2 or bringing numbers forward from tranche 3. But I think timing is super critical here because, as Tara said, we have a lot of businesses that are on the cusp of either recovering or failing, and time is of the essence. And if we don't fully fund that business recovery now, we're going to lose businesses. And some of these are businesses that actually support our lowest paid workers in our community. I'm thinking particularly about hospitality. Some of our lowest earning workers work in hotels, and they work in the restaurant service business. And those industries are really, really struggling right now. And if we don't help them get back visitors and diners, they will simply close. And those employees will be the beneficiaries, unfortunately, of our guaranteed income program, if we have one. And that's not what we want. We want them to earn wages and be successful. So I would really strongly recommend staff take a harder look at our business recovery funding, particularly for the Convention Visitors Bureau, which in turn supports our hospitality industry, which is so critical and so fragile right now. I think the CVB asked for $420,000 to support those industries, and the proposals to give them $100,000, so less than a quarter of what they asked for. And then finally, I'm still struggling with the guaranteed income program. First of all, I'm fully supportive of dispersing some of this money to our lowest income and struggling families in the community. I have no problem with a grant program along those lines. This is effectively money that we received that the U.S. government printed off its printing press. And if we can get that into the hands of poor families in our community as quickly as possible, that would be just great. So I'm fully supportive of that. But I share Mark's concern about spending $250,000 in the next, I think I heard 8 to 9 months trying to figure out how to do that. And it seems to me it could be done cheaper and faster, because the R in ARPA stands for rescue. And it doesn't feel like much of a rescue if we don't start distributing money until 2023, which sounds like what we're going to be talking about doing. So I would disperse that money as quickly as possible to the neediest families. And then, of course, I am worried about sustainability. I was a little troubled by it was the second last or third last slide that Mark showed, and I think it was candid. But I'm concerned that we're going to slip into a long-term and permanent welfare program. And I guess while it is our job to disperse funds that we got from the federal government to help families and businesses be rescued, I'm not sure it's the role of municipal government to provide long-term social welfare. That is historically and traditionally the realm of counties and states, and to some extent the federal government, and not cities. And so I wouldn't want us to set up expectations in our community that because we're dispersing, call it $2 or $3 million of ARPA money to low-income families to help them rescue, that suddenly becomes a line item, a permanent line item in the city budget, because that would be a little bit troublesome. So I think we need to be very thoughtful about dispersing funds, but without expectation necessarily that there are further funds coming in behind those. So those are my 3 comments.
Thanks, Bob. Matt, myself, Nicole, and Rachel.
Thanks, Aaron. And I think I sort of hinted at where I was sort of leaning here, and now I think I'll try to be a little more specific. Given that we're going to talk outdoor dining on the 8th, and we're having this conversation, as Bob says, it seems like we're a little slightly we're temporarily out of sync a little bit. I'd like to make sure, I'd like us to dedicate perhaps more than we need to outdoor dining, because if we get to that place and turn out we need the money and it's been allocated somewhere, I think that would be that I would not want to be in that position. So I'd like to see us allocate at least 600,000 to cover a full outdoor dining set. And if we can find ways to get down those fees down in other ways and not need the ARPA, I'd much rather focus on 1 in the hand rather than 2 in the bush, so that we can then move it somewhere else if we need to. But I'd hate to need it and not have it in that capacity with regards to outdoor dining. And I'll echo Bob's point with the CVB. There's such a lead time that is required for our tourism industry to plant the seed, to get people here, to book their hotels, and really go that. And now that mask mandates are starting to wane, this is the time that people are going to go, oh, there's some freedom. And when they come to Colorado, the first place they should see is come to Boulder. And we need our CVB to put a leading edge on that so that our businesses can get back in the game and then support our general fund. So I'd love to see the CVB get the money they need in order to do the best campaign they can for the spring, summer, and fall. And lastly, I want to touch on Mark's comment about climate in this as a whole, but also with regards to an equity component, and that is with regards to some mobility efforts. I'd like to see how we could all think of maybe working with Community Cycles a little bit on a voucher program. They reached out to us on this. This is a way to help get lower income individuals that work at some of our larger employers a voucher to get e-bikes. And so it's a way to sort of meet them where they are, but also find a way to address some of our climate action to get people out of cars and increase some of that mobility. It also directly aligns with our Boulder Can, Yes We Can proposal, which is to try to build more protected bike lanes. So these are, I think, very synergistic things we can think of that address climate, address mobility, and address some of our lower income individuals that work in our community. So those are the 3 things I'd really like to see us maybe pivot to and move on. And really lastly, the real concern, and sorry, I said 3, but there's 4th. I'm a little still unsure about what to do with the annexation we're talking about annexation, holding up to $4 million on something that might happen that could also be applicable with infrastructure money. I'm worried about holding that money up when there's such an immediate need other places. I think we should still support that annexation. I think it's a great thing for us to do. I'm just not sure holding ARPA until we know that annexation comes through is necessarily the right way to do it with regards to ARPA. But I would like to see us still make sure that annexation of the San Lazaro area gets taken care of, just maybe not totally through or not completely through ARPA money. Thanks.
Thanks, Matt. I'll call on myself, then Nicole and Rachel. So again, huge thank you for all the great work that you've done on these proposals. I appreciate how it's been responsive to requests from a number of groups in the community, the restaurateurs, the hotel motel folks, the creative groups, the arts groups, childcare providers, business groups looking for the updated economic strategy, et cetera. So appreciate you listening to some of those voices and coming up with some great ideas for them. I'll agree with my colleagues who've said that I think it would be beneficial to have some additional business support in the shorter term in the Tranche 2 section, including support for the Convention Visitor Bureau. I think those are industries where if they have to lay folks off, that often hits some of the folks who are least able to sustain being laid off, right? So it's in addition to assisting the businesses themselves. I think the employees need that help as well. So I'd love to see us do a little bit more in the shorter term. And another thing that struck me about a shorter term possibility, I know your capacity is limited, but I was really glad to see the childcare support in this list because there are so many people in our society and in our community who can't take on employment unless they have good childcare where they know their kids are safe. And if that childcare isn't available, then you lose a whole section of the workforce, and then the staffing shortages continue, and folks don't have the income they need for their families. So really glad to see that. And then my question is can we accelerate some of that support into Tranche 2? So because I think it was currently in Tranche 3, but I believe that a lot of those providers are struggling now. So if that's something we could move some of the funding in earlier, I think that would be fantastic. I'll add in on the guaranteed income pilot. I think it's a very promising idea. So, and I know a lot of other cities are working on it. So I support continuing to investigate it. But clearly, I think we'll need to learn more about how that will work, who's eligible, who it will go to, and then some real information about how this then helps some of the most vulnerable members of our community in both the short, medium, and long term. And there's that question, I know you mentioned it, that part of that analysis would be about the sustainability of it or the long-term future. But those were some pretty big numbers that we're talking about in that later phase. And do we have does that just end when the ARPA funds are expended, or and does that leave people out on without those additional funds, or are we expected to include those in the city budget? So all these are questions I think we'd need to get answered. So I look forward to exploring it further. I think it's a very promising idea. Just need to get some more information about that. On the building home proposal, I think that is very promising. I understand that we've housed a lot of people who now need additional support in order to stay in housing and be successful. But to Lauren's question, I think it's important to balance those investments with support for people who do not yet have housing. And so the day shelter idea and the other services that we'll be talking about later this evening will also need financial support. So just want to make sure that we don't, 100% allocate funds in this area to people who already have housing, because I think we need a balance there to making sure the housing is sustainable, but also getting services to folks who are not yet housed and leading them into housing. Couple more points, behavioral health. Really glad to see that in there. It's such a critical gap in our society overall of support for mental health and substance abuse issues. I do very much hope we can partner with the county on this. I know we're working on that, but I think it'll be critical to leverage countywide funding and services with what we provide here in the city. And I know, of course, all sectors of the economy are suffering from staffing shortages, but I understand that they're particularly acute in the behavioral health area. So it seems like it would need to be part of the focus of our funding, is making sure that there's funds to hire and to maintain the existing workforce to provide those services. And maybe that's more where a lot of the need is in the shorter term. But then in the medium to longer term, hopefully we can stand up some additional services to meet some critical gaps in this area where our society really just fails people who are struggling with behavioral health challenges. Last one, San Lazaro. I'm very supportive of having some funds available to support that annexation, but and I'll just say on that this is one of those transformative things that we talked about last year. Is that what are some long-term needs in our community that we may be able to make progress on with these once in a lifetime funds? And so San Lazaro has some deep infrastructure needs that may be hard to fund otherwise. That being said, there are all the infrastructure funds coming available. And so I know you all are looking at that, but we should absolutely see if we can get those infrastructure needs met with other grant sources, so that potentially the ARPA funding can be used for some of the many other needs in our community. But I very much want us to continue to work on this project with the hope of bringing those folks into the city and improving and upgrading their infrastructure. With the caveat that we want to make sure that the funds are going to primarily to support the current and the future residents. It shouldn't just be a check written to the owner to offset costs that they would otherwise have to bear themselves. So just want to make sure that we keep a focus on the how is this benefiting primarily the residents as we work on that annexation and those infrastructure improvements. And that's what I got. So thanks again for some great work. And now we got Nicole, Rachel, and Lauren.
Thank you. And I just first wanted to give kudos to staff for all this hard work as my first comment, and also just to really call out the value of this racial equity tool. It really did kind of infuse that idea of equity into all of these ideas in a way that I've not seen before. And so I greatly appreciate that you all, spent the time getting trained how to use it and implemented it here. This is a really big decision on how to spend all this money. And it seems really critical that this tool is used here. So thank you for that. I also just wanted to note my appreciation with collaboration with community connectors. I think that's super important, as well as with some of the really impacted groups like the Arts Commission and some of the arts community. And I also, this was another new thing for me seeing this in here. I really appreciate your noting that the arts contribute to social cohesion and community resilience and the critical role that they play in our ongoing response to COVID and the trauma that all of us are experiencing from this. This was another area where it was very clear that this idea of resilience was really throughout all of these, of how can we make our community stronger and better able to weather these kinds of challenges right now, as well as we move forward. So to answer your original questions, Mark, there are two of them, if I remember correctly. Yes, I agree with the general direction for Tranche 2 funding. I would love to see you bring this before us to implement these funding plans. I had a couple of just comments about some of the specific things that were brought up. As far as the guaranteed income pilot program, really love this idea. And I also wanted to ask / put for consideration some of what Mark and Lauren and others have talked about whether there are groups in the community that are kind of further along in being ready to launch something like this, whether we need to kind of reinvent this. I think a few years ago, for example, EFA did a pilot program of this. I think they had great success in really helping their families. I think there was a community foundation report about it that talked about how, for $5 million a year, we could basically end child poverty in our city, which seems really huge. So anyway, I was just wanting to put that out there. If there are other groups that would be able to take the money and run with it and get it out to people faster, like we've been talking about with businesses and other folks, I think that would be wonderful. And I'd be so supportive of something like that. If that doesn't exist, by all means, please continue investigating and look at this, because I think it really is critically important for us to think about how we can fill some of these gaps while we while the county and others are working on filling some of them, like with living wage and some of those kinds of things that could also address these issues. I wanted to come back to the timing of the behavioral health and childcare. For me, this feels like if we have capacity, trying to do this sooner in tranche 2 rather than tranche 3 would be great, especially around the workforce development, because training people takes time. And, the earlier we can get started on that, the better. But to your question about the tranche 3 and knowing that there are trade-offs, I don't really know what I would prioritize from, moving from tranche 2 to tranche 3 in order to get some of that tranche 3 stuff to happen earlier. So just sort of a general comment, I'm with you all on just being stuck a little bit and thinking about how to order these between tranche 3 and tranche 2, because they are all really important. Other than perhaps the outdoor dining pilot funds, that may be something that to me just feels like something that could wait a little bit. Let's see, other things. Sorry, I took notes all over the place. I'm trying to find them. Oh, yeah, the other thing that I just wanted to note, because I know that the total spending was higher than the money that we have. I believe that we haven't really touched our reserve funds throughout this entire pandemic and the kind of catastrophic impacts that it's had on our community. And so I just wanted to note that I personally would be open to the idea of dipping into that, not for everything that's wrong, but for kind of filling some of those gaps between some of the work that you all have identified as critically important, some of the things that folks are needing right now, and the money that we have from these ARPA funds. And the final comment was just sort of a meta comment about the process. I would be really interested in hearing at some point people's feedback about using the racial equity tool, in particular, some of the community connectors. I would just be really curious to hear what they thought of the process and its outcomes and things like that. So it's not for right now, but just to flag for later.
Thanks. Rachel, Lauren, and Tara.
Thanks, Aaron. Thanks, everyone. I don't remember which all questions we were supposed to answer, so I wonder if others might be in that same boat and if it would be worth a slide going up to make sure that we've given you the feedback that you requested.
Happy to put a slide back up.
And while that's happening, just a couple of quick comments on the guaranteed income. I'm pretty supportive of that pilot and getting information on it. And it's nice to see Elizabeth Crow. You're not here often enough, so hi, and thanks for being here, especially. And I appreciated your enthusiasm in coming up with that creative concept and all the background work that's gone into it. Oh, good questions. Are these all the questions, or is this like?
Yep, that's everything.
Okay, great. And then overall, I guess, we have a huge budget, and this is in some ways a drop in that budget. And so I want to acknowledge that this has been, I think, a little bit of a funky situation for staff crossing over to councils with these 3 different phases of the money allocation. And I think you all have done a good job of cobbling together a reasonable proposal that meets what you were told under a previous council's guidelines, as well as trying to, I think, be responsive to some newer directions. And I'm trying to be cautious to not relitigate sort of the feedback that we gave you back in September and previously. As an example, looking at the amount of money that we're going to put into some homelessness help. When we were looking at that, day shelter was not on the table and not approved by council. So I don't consider this to be sort of the end all repository for where our values are going to be reflected in how we spend money. And so appreciate that this is one chunk of money, and it's a goodly chunk of money, but it's not all, and we don't have to sort of try and accomplish all of our goals through this series of expenditures. So now I'm going to look at the questions and see if I've given feedback. Yes, generally support the initiatives. Would like to see a special adjustment to base in March to appropriate funds to said initiatives. Great. And number 2 is, does council support the approach in developing tranche 3? Yep. And I'm with Nicole, like, I don't know that I can, that I really have the expertise or information yet to really say which we should emphasize. So it seemed like we were, what, are you asking, like, of the 15 million that needs to be shrunk down to 11 million? Do you want us to give you some direction on where to cut and shave? Is that the?
Yeah, and I think generally is fine. I mean, there was been comments already about childcare and mental health as being, you know,
Right.
certain areas that if we can do that even sooner than tranche 3, that's great. I mean, that's just helpful to know with this council. Understanding those priorities will help us prioritize our time.
All right. So, and do you need that tonight, or will there be another check-in where we can give you some more feedback on that specific bucket and where we?
Yeah, well, we'll be right back with an adjustment for the tranche 2. That's another opportunity, and we will have to schedule additional time with this council.
So maybe when you come back to us with the adjustment to base, it would be helpful to see that list again and have had some more time in light of this conversation to reflect on those areas and receive feedback from the community on where we might look at prioritizing. So if you could, if it's possible, I don't know, Mayor Brockett, if that's acceptable request or not, but just to have that teed up again as part of that discussion, I think might be helpful. Thanks.
It's a great point. Let's get through the last comments, and then we'll turn to staff for some feedback. So Lauren, and then Tara.
Thank you. So I'm going to echo what a lot of people have said. I really appreciate the balance between sort of, well, I don't know that people have said this exactly. I think you've done a good job of the balancing, trying to keep businesses afloat and also trying to come up with some innovative ideas and really focusing on the people who have been hardest hit in our community by COVID. I want to agree with Nicole and Matt about sort of how urgent this is, and the more we can partner with groups in our community that are already doing this work and already have sort of the network set up to kind of help get these funds out to people, I think we should do that. But in general, I really support this. I think, you know, the arts funding, the guaranteed income, daycare, I really appreciate how all of those things, while they might not directly support businesses, one of the things I've seen in our community downtown is that, you know, during the work week, town kind of empties out, but on the weekends, downtown is pretty packed. And so to me, that says like our tourism is actually doing fairly well, but we need more than that to support our local businesses. We need the people who work here, who are here every day, to also have sort of the income and the means to go out to our restaurants and to do all of that. So I think that, and the draw of of innovative arts and all of that, I think will help support our community in a really holistic way. And I appreciate that you guys have, you know, done some research to try and figure out some innovative solutions there. I also really appreciated what Rachel just said. I think prior to being able to really pick, you know, what I think is the most important from these things, I would need a little bit more information, but generally both the tranche 2 and the tranche 3 recommendations seem like really good directions for our community.
Thanks, Tara, and then Rachel, and also Junie, if you want to jump in here, please feel free. So Tara.
I don't really have that much to say, except I'm feeling like I should do a summary. Like we're all doing our summaries now, you know, we're in court and here's my summary. Anyway, I never did talk about guaranteed income, but who's that really nice person that spoke today? What's your name? Glad to meet you. This is the first time you were here, I think, since I've been on council. Somebody.
Thank you.
Yeah, Elizabeth, that was awesome. So I want you to know, Elizabeth, that today I spent an hour looking up on a Google search guaranteed income because I didn't know enough about it. And if you ask my husband, he would say, I am the worst Google searcher. So I Google searched, where has it worked? And then I Google search, where has it not worked? And one thing I don't want to do is to be the one to find my own information because it's really not my strong point. So I am looking forward to hearing more about what you have to say about that. I just don't feel that I know enough about the pros, the cons, and like others said, can we do it faster? That would be more helpful. And then also, is it worth the money for the $250,000 when we have so many other needs, and whether or not this is the time to look into that? Although I so appreciate all you've done and how excited you are about it. Your excitement is infectious. So I thank you for that. And I also wanted to say that I thank every single person on staff. I really do. I hope I didn't sound unappreciative because you guys have done just an amazing job, and it's a new council, and I'm sure it's just really hard to figure out what to do with the money that we have. And so I want to give you my appreciation. Also, I wanted to say how excited I am that the arts is going to be getting money. I'm going to agree with Lauren on the arts, and not only that, but the arts, if I remember from all of the things that we learned when we were running for office, is so important in terms of how much money the city actually gets income-wise and from tourism because of the arts. And now that we're going forward and hopefully upward, and it's going to be, things are just going to be getting better, I'm really looking forward to having the arts getting some of this funding so that we can once again become the art city that we were, but even more so. I'm thinking about the Convention and Visitors Bureau to really get them that money so that we can, I agree that we do have some tourists, but I don't know that we have enough tourists from out of town. And as people start traveling by plane again, it would be great to get them to come here because it's all connected, the jobs, the arts community. We all need people, tourists to buy things and to watch performances, and it's all really connected. And so we need people, whatever it takes to get them here. And lastly, I'm very excited about all the money we're going to have for behavioral health, and I'm hoping job training and the different ways that we can help people succeed in the new economy, whatever that actually turns out to be in 2023. So thanks to everybody on council. You guys are amazing. And thank you for telling me when I wasn't on mute. I also appreciate that. The love, appreciate the love.
Thanks, Tara. Junie, and then we'll wrap up.
Thank you, Aaron. You're so kind. Well, I've seen a lot of this presentation before as part of the Financial Strategy Committee, and I just think staff really put a lot of thoughts to this, and they've done an amazing work to really actually bring forward issues that this council would support, the progressive ideas, and I fully support them. So my answer to question one is yes. I support the recommendation for tranche one. I support the guaranteed income. I think it's a good idea. 250,000, is it a lot of money? Yes. Is it a lot of money to be putting toward figuring out how to spend money or how to help people in the community? It is still a lot of money, but it seems it's a good idea. So because of that, I support it, but I understand that $250,000 could have been put into other things, but this is one thing staff has identified and they want to do it. I think it's really good to think about people who are struggling right now and to help them with giving them some extra funding to help them. I think that's a good idea. I support the annexation of San Lazaro, but with the caveat, I would want to know, for instance, some kind of guarantee that once we annex this property into the city, that the owner is not going to turn around and hike rent on the people. And in Colorado, we don't have rent control. So what does that really mean once we annexed and we give them all the utility services? what guarantee do we have as a council to still protect people and ensure that now the rent is so high they cannot pay it, thanks to council members, because hey, we somehow contribute to that. I think, again, that's something that we really have to think through. Does council support the approach in developing potential Tranche 3 recommendations? I support them. I just think staff is doing a great job at bringing, again, ideas that will really help the community. So I'm grateful and thankful for all the discussion tonight. And I've been quiet, yes, but I just think my fellow council members did a great job at really teeing up the questions and asking all the right questions. So thank you.
Thanks for that, Ginny. So, okay, so what I've heard, Mark and staff, is that I think generally people are supportive of the direction you're going in, but with all kinds of detailed comments added on top of it. So I know that was a lot. I wanted to see if you needed any clarification from us, or if you feel like you were kind of able to get a sense of where councilors were feeling in different areas.
So I'll jump in and start, and certainly if there's staff who really want something more pointed, certainly invite them to ask. But I'll say this, that the conversation has been really illuminating and helpful. So I appreciate the thoughtfulness that council has given us conversation. I think others have noted when we started this initial work, perhaps there was more of a direction to focus on people specifically and use our racial equity lens in that way. And I'll also say that this conversation does not necessarily divert from that. But we do have announced a new council body. So it is really great to get the feedback from you as we move forward. I'll just say staff really did, in situations like this, when there is money to be had, transformational money, but not unlimited money, right? Staff really tried to balance the things on how do we support people and our industries, right? Particularly our small business industry, and we had some monies go to that in Tranche 1, but really tried to support existing efforts while also trying to figure out how are we coming out of this post-pandemic, right? Because the economy is shifting and people are shifting and the needs of individuals have shifted, as we have heard back from our community connectors and some of our community organizations. So all of that to say that I think that we heard you on some of the suggestions and where you'd like us to reevaluate. I also will say that it is a big reevaluation as we move forward and really appreciate the things that you've identified you'd like to see more of or expand. It will take us more than March 15th to come back to you in a thoughtful way. And so we're going to go back and look at calendaring and make sure that we can bring back additional recommendations as we move forward on the variety of things that we have heard as we move in that direction. Mark, I want to make sure you get a chance to make sure that you know what's happening. And Kurt, I just saw your hand go up.
Thank you. And I also want to echo Nuria. This was great feedback. I certainly appreciated it. In listening to council, I had 5 points that I wanted to make. I think the first point is last fall there was a lot of listening we did from the community, and we really reached out to community members, particularly those who were most impacted by COVID, and that's where these things came from. I think, at least from my perspective, it feels like we're moving really fast, and we're trying to implement things that can be impactful as soon as possible. As far as the guaranteed income proposal that's been put forward, I was chatting with Elizabeth over the last few minutes, and I think we could potentially put a study session together in the next 3 or 4 months, depending on, of course, I always say this, staff capacity, and then as well as how we could schedule it in. But there's been a lot of work done on this, and And I think what Elizabeth was, the direction she was going is we need to really engage further with the community to look at how this would work specifically for the city of Boulder. But the organizations that I think Mark listed, he listed EFA, the Community Foundation, I think the Community Connectors, and other organizations. Those are all the organizations that actually motivated us and pushed us for this guaranteed income initiative. Also responding to Mark's comment about climate change, and I don't disagree with that at all. The one small component I could raise the flag on is the second mortgages. Those are individuals that are living in homes with that have insulation values of like R4 and 5 in their walls. They're going to be moving into like net zero homes. I think that's significant, and I'm quite proud of that. The childcare services, some of those things are already being supported in the tranche 1 funding, and those funds are already going out. And I really appreciated how Council talked about the interface with the economy related to that as well, and how that impacts workers. As far as San Lazaro, really appreciated Junie's comment. I totally agree with that. As we go through the process around their annexation, we're really going to want to figure out how we get community benefit out of that. And more so than just, clean water, it needs to really have a financial impact on the residents that are there. We did a similar project to this with the Mapleton mobile home community several years ago. And the outcome of that was a lot of permanently affordable lots, which has had a huge impact for many years now. And I'd want to go in a similar direction to that. And then the last thing I'll say about Elizabeth is she currently oversees the Health Equity Fund and the Human Services Fund. She works with 60 different organizations in the city of Boulder. So while you may not know her, a lot of other folks do. And those are the people that we've been listening to in a big way for these proposals. And I think very highly of her as well. So thank you.
I'll just add, Mayor, really quickly. We have a lot of notes. I think we can take some of our other responses offline or provide a package to council. We did hear a couple specific pieces of feedback that may impact the numbers for the tranche 2, just because of the way the calendar has worked with some adjustments. That special adjustment, we're putting together that package now. That would be due for us on Thursday. So what we're talking about is potentially just moving that back 2 weeks, keeping the public hearing on March 15th, moving the second reading 2 weeks after that. If that we can bring that up at CIC on Tuesday, if that works, and just buy us a little bit of time to make sure that the tranche 2 spending amount matches this conversation. But really appreciative of council's comments this evening, and we'll do our best to refine these proposals going forward.
Great. I'm sure a slight delay is worth it to get it right. So no problem there at all. And we'll talk about the details at CAC. And then Nicole, you got your hand up?
Yes, I just had one really quick thing, which is to ask if it's possible because there may be things that don't need as much discussion as others, and just given the urgency that I think many of us are feeling, if there are things that could be kind of pulled out and approved sooner rather than later, I at least would be open to that. I don't know, can't speak for others, of course, but just given the urgency we talked about, I wanted to pose that as something if it doesn't make your jobs staff harder.
We certainly can look at that. We do have the public health reserve appropriated, so I'll check with staff and see if there's anywhere that we essentially have funding ready to go out the door, or an initiative ready to be funded before that appropriation happens. And we might be able to tap into existing appropriation to do so.
Okay, thanks. I just want to make sure that this council transition and what we talked about tonight doesn't slow things down for, everything you're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank
you. Good. All right. Any last words on this, or should we move on? All right. Very good. So I would say the way that we move on is to have a break. I could use a leg stretch. So how about should we go for 6 minutes, 9:45? And Nicole, you get an extra long break because you're recused from the next one. So I'll text you once we finish the next item.
Thank you.
See you back at 9:45.
Matt, I didn't have any exciting things to eat. I only had Super Bowl leftovers tonight. Bob.
Well, that's not bad. You're human after all. If it's any, I'm still working through that check, that trail mix. Still working.
Let's see, any idea? We're taking votes when we think this is going to end by, or should I not say that? What was our over-under on this one?
I already blew it. I said 9:25 at the beginning of the meeting. I missed that by a long shot.
Yep.
You
Price is
lost.
right rules. Closest without going over.
I'll probably win. I love to win.
Bob, don't I recall that you bet $100 on that? Or a beer for everyone? I think it was one of those two things.
I'm waiting for the beer delivery to make up for the lost bet.
Did I miss something about beer delivery? Because I went in.
The problem with betting on what time the meeting ends is that we all have an influence on it, right? So you can if you go late, you can just grandstand and talk for half an hour and the meeting went on a long time.
I forgot. You know what the problem is with betting on the meeting is I always forget what exactly I said at the very beginning. What time did I even have?
Is it me or are we making Teresa blush with all this concept of betting on times in a public forum? So I'm just curious.
Oh,
That would be wrong.
It's fine if you bet on something that you have influence over the outcome. Ask Pete Rose.
Good one.
Well played.
All right, let's see. I think we're just missing Junie. Junie, let us know if you're back. There she is. Okay, because Nicole is recused from this next item. So Alicia, maybe you can take it away. I'm going to turn my camera off for a minute because I'm just eating something. Get us started, please.
All right, thank you. Our next item on tonight's agenda is item number 7, matters from the city attorney. And that 7A item is the discussion on next steps regarding the CU South referendum.
Great. So good evening, council members. I do have just a brief, a small PowerPoint to help guide us through this conversation. And looking for direction from you this evening. We can't take final action under matters, but what I can do is get some direction from you for something to put on the consent agenda in the future. So we're talking about the referendum of ordinance 8483, which involves the CU South annexation. Next slide, please. You'll recall that on September 21st, 2021, Council adopted ordinance 8430 or 8483 by emergency, and that effectuated the CU South annexation. Shortly thereafter, a referendum petition was submitted by the people, and that was received by the city in October. Council accepted the city clerk's certification of sufficiency on November 16th. Of 2021. And so I did go back and watch that meeting. What wasn't clear to me was direction given as to next steps. So I thought, let's get some clarity on that. Next slide, please. And so what I'm asking from you tonight is to give direction with respect to one of 3 mutually exclusive options. You can either repeal ordinance 8483, or you can submit the referendum to a special election. And then there are some timeframes around that if you're interested in exploring that. Or the third alternative would be to place a referendum on the ballot in November of 2022. So that would be our regular election ballot. So at this point, just looking for some direction.
Great, thanks. Do you all mind if I frame the discussion here? I'd just like to see if we can eliminate options. So First of all, I'm going to ask, would anyone like to speak up in favor of repealing the annexation ordinance? And Mark, I see you got your hand up, but I think you had it on before. Okay. So I'm not seeing anybody interested in speaking up for that option. So with that off the table, then that means putting the referendum on the ballot, either for special election at some time to be determined or in November of 2022. Would anyone like to speak up for doing it in a special election?
May I ask a question?
Please.
What would be the incremental cost to putting it on for a special election?
So we have done historical research on that, but not any current research. It's a pretty significant amount of staff time to figure that out. So it's a pretty big window, but we estimate somewhere between 75,000 and 150,000.
Okay, thank you.
Great question, Mark. Given that, would anyone like to advocate for a special election? I'm seeing no hands. So then that seems to leave us with a November 2022 election. Is that generally the will of council that we would want to put it on the ballot for November of 2022? I'm seeing lots of heads up and thumb nodding and whatever you call it. So Trace, is that good enough direction that we could then put something together for formal approval at a future meeting?
Yes, Mayor. And what I would propose we do is put a motion on a consent agenda, simply that's the action to move forward, and then bring back that referendum language as proposed in that entire packet of language that you all are going to consider in August for the ballot.
Sounds good to me. Does anyone object to that approach? All right, Teresa, good enough on that?
Great. Thank you very much for your clear direction. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
There's just one question about when it comes back to us in August. Is that okay?
Please.
So there was some commentary tonight at open comment about the presentation, the language of the ballot title, and I think some blame was placed on a previous city attorney. And so I'm just wondering, I thought that like people who put together ballot measures put together the title. Is that how it comes? Sorry about the cat. She's very ornery. So just wanted to get clarification on how that title will be chosen, and maybe clarification on how the last title was chosen as well.
I'm afraid I don't know specifically what the caller was, which item they were referring to, or any of the history of that. What I can tell you is, with the citizen initiated referendum, we are pretty well bound by the language that they put in that petition. We could make slight corrections for clarity, but really the language that they put forward is what goes on the ballot.
Okay, anything else? All right, I'm going to ask Nicole to come back. And Alicia, shall we tee up the next item while we're waiting for Nicole to pop up?
Of course, thank you, sir. We have our next item is item 8 for tonight's agenda, matters from the mayor and members of council. 8A is the discussion to clarify the homelessness topic work plan from the retreat.
So Rachel, do you want to take this? This is your request.
Sure. So at the retreat, we had agreed to a homelessness related work plan item. And it was, can't remember the exact language that we voted on, but there was some conversation on Friday night, and then it was sort of language was condensed and clarified for us to vote on Saturday. And in conversations subsequent to the retreat, it became clear to me that amongst council members, we had different understandings of what we had sort of greenlit for the work plan. So I thought it would be helpful to clarify what staff heard and what we all understood, so that we are teeing up staff and the community for success. So maybe I would ask Nuria what staff's understanding of the work plan item is, and then we can have a brief conversation if it's not what we thought.
Sure, I'll attempt to do that and then ask Kurt if I've gotten anything wrong in his understanding. We actually have a slide from what was the language that was approved, and I wonder if staff could bring that up as I'm talking about it. And my recollection of that, to your point, Rachel, is that the question was really about the hiring of a facilitator and what that convening would entail. There was some conversation about really focusing just on the day shelter itself. And I believe it is that piece of it that perhaps caused confusion. I think as we came out of it, there was some understanding that that it was just about convening and having a facilitator and convening stakeholders to provide recommendations on what a day shelter could look like and what services and programs could be there, versus maybe that is the first part of it, but that we would also be employing that facilitator and those stakeholder conversations to think of what other perhaps services or programs or gaps for our unsheltered, specifically unsheltered community could exist. So I think that's where we left off. Kurt, am I getting it? I don't know if Kurt is still with us. Am I agreed in that is what we understood from it, but then it's really up to council to let us know if there are clarifications.
Yeah, I think that was good, Nuria. The only thing that I would add is there was some conversation in the retreat about a facilitator that could also have more broader conversations with the community around homelessness, as far as sort of the direction that they would like to go, or there's a lot of disagreement within the community, and I think there would benefit from constructive conversations, and I think I heard some of that at the retreat, and a facilitator may be able to assist with that. I wouldn't foresee this statement here says a 2-year process. I hope it's not a 2-year process. If we're going to do something like this, I would hope that it would move much quicker than that. And I think that we would be able to work pretty effectively in getting feedback from communities, in particular service providers, on the type of services that would be helpful. But I think hearing from council tonight about their ideas would be very helpful.
And if I may, just before we do that, I'd posit that for staff, if we're moving, which we are, to hire a facilitator and think about that, we would benefit greatly from that alignment and the hearing in the broader spectrum while wanting to prioritize the day shelter. But hear from us at least, and I think I'm echoing a little bit of conversations with Kurt, is that it really would be useful for us to have that facilitator bring us all into alignment as we focus about this in the future.
Do you mean in alignment on broader issues out beyond day shelter? Is that am I hearing that?
I think so.
Yeah. That I support that. I guess I would just say, so I don't know what all we need to say. I also want to appreciate Kurt's point that it would be hopefully less and significantly less than 2 years of a timeline. So I didn't want the impression to be that it was a 2-year, just investigation. And I guess the other, it said in the language that you put on the slide that part of the goal was to purchase or, to have a separate building. So I think there was some confusion from what I was hearing among us about whether an existing, service provider might be called upon to host day shelter, but it sounds like part of what we teed up is specific to a building. And I guess the other piece of it that there was maybe some confusion on is that building would part of the discussions be whether the building itself could be used for things beyond day shelter. So with that, I would invite colleagues to share what they thought.
Great. I've got Matt and Nicole, and I'll chime in here afterwards.
Thanks, Aaron. And Rachel, I appreciate you bringing this up for some clarity, because I too was feeling a little bit sort of stuck in the ether after the retreat. And Kurt, I appreciate what you're saying in terms of being open, that the facilitator would sort of be able to handle a broader swath of conversations, because I think some of the larger aspects outside of that perhaps specificity around the day shelter impact day shelter overflow and thus supported services. And so I think there's obvious synergy there, and I appreciate you seeing that. So I support those efforts. It sort of makes me feel better about some of that was left hanging at the retreat, that this could be wrapped into this conversation with this group, and hopefully that the timing of this being done in a year is helpful. So, you know, I think there's a lot of adjustments, Kurt, as we all are working through this. It's always hitting a moving target here. And so having more people that can stay attuned and help us adjust is all the merrier. So I appreciate the common openness for that. I think we're going to be better off because of it. So thank you. I support it.
Nicole?
Yeah, I think the one thing I just wanted to make sure we're all really aligned on is kind of this 2-year timeline and what exactly that means. For me, kind of the key word, and there was not just planning, but implementation. So, you know, that when we get to 2 years, right, we have a building, we have programs ready to go into it, right? It's not like we're kind of talking, kind of like Rachel said, for 2 years, and then, you know, we start at that point, right? Which is why for me, this 2-year process seemed very ambitious. But hopefully potentially doable. And then, you know, I absolutely support the idea of kind of this group and the facilitator being open to helping the community come together and get aligned on some of these other steps. And I think that we're clear on this, but just sort of with the focus being this day shelter, just because that seems like a really timely time to have that we're working toward for a number of reasons that we talked about at the retreat. But, you know, certainly not to say that we can only talk about navigation services in this facility during the course of these conversations, because I think there are other things that are likely to come up, like we talked about at the retreat. You know, the idea of we could find a building that had a parking lot that could be used for safe parking, for example, or, you know, a building that we could renovate to meet the standards for overnight sheltering, should that be necessary, like some of those other things. So for me, it's not sort of limiting the conversation, but more focusing the conversation on navigation, on having a navigation center up and operational in 2 years.
Thanks, Nicole. I'll call myself and then Bob. And just I'll agree with what's been said, and like what Nicole just said, that I think, you know, there's a clear desire to create a navigation center, you know, day shelter, and, you know, focus on that, but not to the exclusion of saying, well, if we have a great facility, you know, whether some other potential services we could offer to the community. So just, I look forward to that facilitated conversation so we can talk those things through and then move forward into planning and implementation. Bob?
Yeah, I think I'm going to agree with Nicole and Aaron just now. I think the prize here really is a day center and navigation services that would be provided. I think there seems to be kind of an interesting, and in my hearing, the first time convergence of not only council but also community members around a day shelter, and I'd want to take advantage of that and not lose sight of the prize. It undoubtedly will spill into other service discussions. I don't doubt that, but I want to make sure that we don't throw that away. I think there's an opportunity here to really focus on a day center and a day shelter, and other discussions may happen, and that's perfectly fine. They will invariably happen, but let's not start throwing a whole lot of things on the discussion and lose sight of the day shelter. The second thing is it's just a small pedantic point. There was a parenthetical. I appreciate Nuria you calling up the exact language we voted on. There was a parenthetical that kind of listed some of the things that might happen. When I voted in favor of this, and this was a unanimous vote at the retreat, all 9 of us supported this. I saw those as more exemplary than prescriptive. So, for example, one of them says, buy a building. Well, we may not buy a building. We may rent a building. There may be a facility out there that's appropriate for us. And so I wouldn't want staff to take that away as you must buy a building. I think that's an example of the type of thing that we might do, but we might find other facilities that don't involve city purchasing real estate. So I just want to be clear on that point, that those were examples of things that would happen in this effort to setting up a day shelter.
Thanks. Tara?
I think focusing the most on a day shelter, I agree with you that other things might come up, but to me, the most important thing is the success of the day shelter. And it's not that easy to have success in a new thing, right? I mean, me and Lauren are trying to do that with the boards and commissions, you know. It's, so to ensure success, I feel like if we focus on it and give it the time that it needs, and 2 years is really not a lot of time to work on a new business or a day shelter or anything. That's why I kind of want to focus on that, because I feel like the success of that will help the community stay with us. So that's why I want to focus on that the most.
Thanks for that, Tara. Well, I'm hearing general agreement from council as far as I can tell. So Kurt, does this sound like you're getting some clarity on how to move forward?
Yeah, I think so. At some point, and maybe it's part of the community conversation, I think it'd be nice to get sort of alignment on the goals of such a center as well. And so we know that we're working towards a common goal in developing this approach, and so we know it. We can also measure what success looks like with that.
Great point. So we'll look forward to the further discussions. Okay, well, I think that takes care of that. Alicia, do we have, and well, let me just thank Rachel for asking for that clarification, because I think this was really helpful. I think there was not clarity right afterwards, and I think we're in a better place now. So thanks for the suggestion. Alicia, what else we got?
That is the end of our agenda for tonight, sir.
All right. Did somebody predict 10:10 for an ending?
I have 10:15.
All right. It's very close. All right. Well, thanks everybody for a good meeting. The ARPA discussion was a full one. It's a big deal, and it deserves some time. And appreciate all of your thoughtful comments tonight. And have a good night. And I'll gavel this meeting closed at 10:07 p.m.